started.
Excellent. Great to see you. That's the place.
Good afternoon. We're just in about 10 seconds, everybody. Welcome to the CloudStack European User Group. So we've been doing these for nearly 10 years, I think. So we've probably done about 30. It used to be a quarterly meetup, London. We've been to, where else? We've been Sofia, Berlin, all over the place. COVID sort of put paid to that a little bit, so we've done just a couple of virtual events, but hopefully we can get these running again quarterly if there's any volunteers to host them in other cities. Just a reminder, just a quick show of hands, who hasn't been to one of these before? Okay, about half the room. This is informal, it's not part of Apache, it's just a user group. Nearly everybody here works with CloudStack, right? So we haven't got many people here who aren't intimately involved in CloudStack, either as a user, as an operator, or as a developer. The idea is a collaborative environment. The talks we've got, I'll run you through the agenda, are people talking about work they've done, talking case studies of how they're using CloudStack, technical deep dives. We have vendors come along. StorPool guys are here today. They're going to talk about some of the stuff they're doing in CloudStack. And we share ideas, problems, etc., etc. Here's the agenda. Oh no, actually, first I need to say thank you to the sponsors. This isn't a massive event, right? It's nowhere near as big as the CloudStack Collab conference, but it still costs a bit to put this on. We have to rent the room. We don't pay Jamie to sit here and do the streaming, but he's doing it on a volunteer basis. But there are a few costs, and most importantly, there will be some beers bought this evening. So my company, ShapeBlue, StorPool, and Your.Online, which is Wido's company. Did you know you've sponsored this, Wido?
Yes.
You do know. And StorPool. Boyan, where are you? Do you know you've sponsored this, Boyan? You know you've sponsored this, don't you?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, they'll be buying the beers in the pub afterwards. And actually, on that note, on the agenda, we should be done at 5. Because we're streaming this, we want to try and keep the talks bang on time so people who are watching us around the world know what time to expect things. Notice there's sort of 10 minutes in between each talk, so we can go get a comfort break, grab a coffee or what have you. Lunch is it's listed there as coffee break, just gone 2, and we've got some sandwiches and some things coming in so you don't all starve. If you want to go out to the toilet, you need one of these to get back in, not your pass. So there's 4 or 5 of these hanging around. Actually, I've got one here. We'll leave them on the front desk. So agenda-wise, I'll just do a bit of CloudStack news. I'm going to do a quick talk then on what's new in CloudStack 4.18. It's been out a little while, but it's our latest version. Let's just go through the features there, and if I'm feeling brave enough, I might even try a live demo of some of those features. Lucian is then talking about CloudStack monitoring. Lucian, stick your hand up so everybody knows where you are. We've then got Rene from LINBIT talking about some of the work they're doing. There's Rene. After our lunch break, Wido, reusing old hardware, thus saving money and the environment. That's a pretty good title for a talk like that. Then we've got Alex talking about service chaining in core and edge zones. The guys from StorPool have got a proposal relating to CI. And then the guys from Dimsi, who have just walked in, at the back, talking about some of the stuff they're doing with backup and the Backroll project. Should be finished at 5, and then we're going to go to a local pub to grab a few drinks, compliments of StorPool and Wido's company. Jamie's going to run out and just book us a place in the pub. So if you do not want to come to the pub, I'll do this by exception. If you haven't got time to come, can you put your hand up? No? Yeah, okay. What time's your flight? Okay, so that's nearly everybody, Jamie. Brilliant. Okay, CloudStack news. What's been going on? Because we used to do these meetings quarterly, it was always what's happened in the last 3 months, but actually we haven't really done one of these in the last year, so we've got quite a bit of news. Releases, which is what CloudStack's all about. It's about releasing software. Actually 4 releases, 2 major LTS releases, 4.17, which was in June nearly a year ago, and then 4.18, which I'm going to talk about later in February this year. And we've had a couple of dot releases on top of 4.17. The community is really active and it's diversifying. There's more and more people involved, and so you see more and more contribution coming in from lots of different sources for some of these releases. We had the collaboration conference in Sofia and online, so it was a hybrid model. We had in total about 300 people show up for it, 3 days. It was a fantastic event, really, really good. Yvette is hiding somewhere. Where is she? Did most of the work. Well done, Yvette. It was a fantastic conference, really good. 43 talks and workshops. Everything was recorded and not done the amateur. Sorry, Jamie. Not done the DIY way we're doing it here. We had a proper production company doing it, so the videos are really high quality. I'll share these slides later so you can find the link to some fantastic talks there. Next year we're going to Paris. I say announcement, I think it was
this year.
Sorry, this year. Thank you, Steve. I think the CloudStack Twitter account announced it earlier in the week. I was hoping to announce it here. 23rd, 24th November, stick that in your calendar at a hotel conference facility in Paris. Will be next year's conference. And the important thing, I think, for most of the people here, watch out for an announcement about when the call for papers, call for participation opens. Because with all of these conferences, unlike things today as well, it's about people coming and sharing ideas and doing talks and sharing their stories. So we always need speakers to turn up to these events. And the project, for the first time ever, has also sort of stretched out a little bit and gone outside its own conference and gone to start to tell the rest of the world about Apache CloudStack. So we had representation at CloudFest, which I actually went to. Has anybody in the room been to CloudFest? Yeah, a few. The best idea ever. We're going to take Europe's largest theme park and we're going to turn it into a conference for when it's closed, right? So you get to use all the roller coasters, you do a little bit of work and talk about CloudStack and what have you. It was brilliant and it's quite incredible. I mean, CloudStack's been around for some time, over a decade, but the number of people who A, hadn't heard of the project, and B, were still super excited about a technology like CloudStack, even though it's been around for some time. Really, really interesting speaking to people. And also KubeCon as well. I mean, KubeCon, which is put on by the Cloud Native Foundation, I think there was 12,000 people there. It's absolutely massive. And they're mainly interested in cloud native stuff and Kubernetes. So CloudStack turns up, we did a booth, and again, lots and lots of interest, and lots of people going, oh, this is really quite interesting stuff. So I'm hoping from seeing that, the community going out and doing that will bring more contributors in, ultimately more users in of CloudStack. In terms of metrics, just keeping an eye on from the perspective of community health. So I do a little bit of analysis every quarter in terms of how we're doing in numbers of mailing list messages, which is generally an indicator that the community is healthy. You see cycles around when we're doing a release, for example, you can see there, but you see overall the trend is slightly up, and it's, I don't know what we're taking an average there, off the top of my head, 250, 300 messages a month. That's a healthy, active open source community. Ditto with commits. The trend line is just about flat, right? And I was trying to I didn't have time to do the analysis of the different lists, but we're seeing, a pretty level amount of code commits, but then you're seeing increased mailing list activity. And I think my theory is that's because we've got more people coming in and using and asking user questions as opposed to the dev lists, because of that sort of increased awareness and stuff around CloudStack. We have a new VP. Rohit has been elected as VP Apache CloudStack. It's a title, it's the interface between the PMC, who are basically the people who oversee the project, and the Apache board. Rohit, I guess nearly everybody in this room knows Rohit. He's been contributing to CloudStack for over 10 years. He's the biggest ever, in terms of counting commits, the biggest ever contributor. And Rohit takes over from somebody who's had a brilliant year as VP, which is Simon. Simon, we rotate the VP every year. Simon's done a brilliant job representing the project, and Simon is just in front of everybody here. I'd like to thank you for your incredible hard work and being a brilliant VP. You might get another call out in a minute over something else. Okay, that's pretty much the news. That's what's been going on in CloudStack. Active community, out talking to people, see lots of new names on the mailing list, getting the releases out, etc., etc. Okay, right. I'm going to dive into my other talk. Slightly ahead of schedule. There's probably quite a few people could have stood and done this talk. This is just a talk through what's new in CloudStack 4.18. For some reason I got nominated to do it. I'm going to try and do some live demos at the end if I'm feeling very brave. So 4.18 is a major LTS release. Release end of March, total of 275 new features, improvements and bug fixes. In terms of significant features, 20, 21, depends what meets the cut of it being seen as a significant feature. It's an LTS release, so that means until September 2024, for that period, in theory, the community supports that release. So it'll be EOL in September 2024. First major new feature is the concept of edge zones. So CloudStack's been behind the game a little bit in terms of its edge story, and you've got this. I guess everybody in the room knows the concept of edge computing. We want to put stuff out of the edge for computing power out of the edge for the purposes of bandwidth, having stuff out there away from the core of the data center. And CloudStack's never really had a model to support this. Lots of organisations, Alex, I know where you used to work, sort of fudged it and sort of managed to do some stuff down at the edge, but CloudStack never really had core constructs to support that. Just skip through those. So 4.18 introduces edge zones. So when I go to create a zone now in CloudStack, traditionally it would just say, well, what do you want to call your zone? It now asks you, do you want to create a core zone or an edge zone? And an edge zone is a lightweight zone construct. It's got a lot of the stuff that a normal zone would have deliberately stripped out. No shared storage, external switching, no system VMs. All of the things that you wouldn't want to have to stuff out in the edge, okay? That zone won't have those. Limitations, only supports shared layer 2 network or layer 2 networks. It only supports KVM at the moment. Do we think further down the line somebody might want to put other bigger hypervisors out on the edge? I don't know, that might be a good discussion for the pub later. The zone construct's been completely simplified, and the existing zones are now renamed core zones. And the concept here is I can just put lightweight computing resources out in edge locations, but still orchestrate them centrally from CloudStack, along with my core stuff in the data center. In terms of, from the perspective of, this is effectively an end user creating a new instance or just browsing what's available to them. We've now got, you see these zones, which is just a standard zone list, and they've got a type which is core and edge, and they've been created as those two different types. I think there's some further refinements and some sort of UX stuff that probably needs to go on with this in the later experience, because you might end up with 2,000 edge zones, and simple things like when you then choose the zone as a user to deploy an instance, if you've got access into that zone, you're getting very long lists of things. So I think a bit of tinkering will be required there. Okay, next is integration with Tungsten Fabric. You're going to get another call out, Alice. Tungsten Fabric is an SDN platform. Originally was called Open Contrail. Came from Juniper initially. A very successful open source SDN platform. And I think this is, in a way, this integration is really successful, because I think when we were at CloudStack Collab in Las Vegas, when was that? That was pre-COVID. 2019. And we were at the hackathon. This is where this idea was discussed, and Side was pushing and saying, look, we need some SDN integration. A big conversation happened, which one? Tungsten seemed to be the favourite. and off people went. Did a lot of work over a number of years and came back, and now finally in CloudStack 4.18 we've got the integration with Tungsten Fabric. This basically, Tungsten as a platform is an overlay networking platform. In fact, Alex, your talk later, you're focusing in this in detail, aren't you? It's open source, and it solves a lot of the complexity issues you have because it's overlay, it's policy based, etc., etc. And ultimately, what's happening here with this integration is we can now use Tungsten Fabric as an isolation method, and it effectively replaces the virtual router. Okay, so you have a zone which is isolated using Tungsten Fabric underneath. Fully integrated. From a user perspective, the user experience is exactly the same, right? They can still create firewall rules and put forward all the things they would normally do from a networking perspective as an end user of CloudStack, but that is actually being implemented through Tungsten Fabric instead of through the virtual router. And I won't go into much more detail because Alex is doing a talk on exactly this. In terms of getting it set up, it's a plugin for CloudStack. You implement it at the zone level. One global setting there, which is enable Tungsten Fabric plugin. Then when you come to create a zone, there is a isolation method that's added when you add the plugin, TF Tungsten Fabric. Okay. By choosing that at the next stage of the add zone wizard, you then get some Tungsten specific configuration information, what the provider name is, the host name. Again, I think this is all in your talk later, isn't it? Okay, so I'm just trying to show how easy it is to add this in. It supports a lot of the stuff that CloudStack can do for a user, but not everything. I think here there was a question of some things didn't make sense to support and some things there just wasn't enough time to support. Is that a fair?
Yeah, time was right. We were so far behind anyway implementing it that I think VPC is going to be pretty straightforward. We've already done a lot of chatting about that, right, Alex?
Yeah. So there's work left to do. It doesn't support everything that CloudStack
because it natively runs BGP. It's easy to plug public Elixir, right? So.
Brilliant. Okay, so thank you again, Si. Well done. Okay, CloudStack auto-scaling. So CloudStack's had auto-scaling functionality for forever, since I've been involved with the project. But that functionality always required an external device to actually give you the metrics for the auto-scaling. And I think the actual support was developed by Citrix years and years and years ago. It required a NetScaler, and I don't know many people who ever sort of actually ran it in production. So what we're talking about here is native auto-scaling in CloudStack with no other devices required. And I assume that everybody knows what auto-scaling is, but I suppose just to sort of recap, it's the idea that we can react to demand, react to needing more capacity in our infrastructure and create and scale horizontally by creating more instances to serve that. So a simple example, you've got a very busy website, you've got a pair of web server, Nginx servers serving it, and then when it gets busy at various points based on what's happening on the load balancer or something, you need to scale up. And then you need to scale back down again when that load's gone away. And all of that stuff now can happen natively in CloudStack. It's native, no third-party hardware, software, hypervisor agnostic, doesn't matter what hypervisor you're running. I'll talk about the metrics in a second. There's a wide range. We can base it on the load balancer, we can base it on the average VM performance, instance performance across the group. Policy-based, we can specify the minimum, maximum number of instances, the interval, how many minutes it takes to reevaluate before it scales up and scales down, and it can all be done from the user interface or from the API. So there's a new construct supporting auto-scaling. It's called the auto-scale group. You'll see it in 4.18. It's a top-level menu command under the compute section. And the auto-scale group brings together a whole set of other entities. So first of all, it brings in a load balancer. Okay, because if you're going to auto scale things, you're going to scale things, you need something to balance it, right? So you've got to have an a load balancer to start this. It has to be in a particular zone. You have to give it a template, because what it's going to do is create more instances based on demand. So it needs to know what template to base that on. Also needs to know what compute offering, how many vCPUs, how much memory to give it each time. It has to respond to a load balancer, and then you can also give it a data disk. And that policy, and you've also got the policies themselves, which is the actual rules, how it's going to evaluate, when it's going to scale up, when it's going to scale down. And the actual policy, so the actual group will then go and create instances as demand increases. It will remove instances as demand decreases. There's a screenshot there. I'm going to try and go through this live in a second. In terms of the policies and the metrics you can use average instance CPU, because you might have 20 instances in the group, so it's got to take an average across those. Same with memory. How many connections on the load balancer, traffic per instance. That's good. Is my talk that good? How do we fix that?
No, it's there.
Don't put the football on, Stu. Okay. The really nice thing, the metrics there are gathered from two places. So either from the underlying hypervisor, which is for the things like the CPU and that sort of thing, or from the virtual router, which are things for things like the number of load balancer connections and that sort of thing. You can add multiple scale up and scale down policies. So in each policy, you can add as many counters as you want, but I get this the right way around. These are ANDed between them in a policy. Is that correct? Somebody help me. Yes, thank you. Okay, so you could create a policy that says, right, load balancer connections gets to X and average CPU gets to Y. Only at that point do I want to scale. Okay, but so they're ANDed, but you can then go and create a completely separate policy which does a different set of things. So effectively you're ORing between those policies. So really, really flexible. There's all sorts of advanced settings as well. When it gets rid of the instances, how long's the grace period before it expunges them, how often it's polling, minimum number of members, maximum number of members, because even though you think you might have a crazy amount of demand, you might also have cost restrictions or capacity restrictions in terms of how many instances you can actually spin up. Okay. Next feature is managed user data. Wido's an expert on user data, and you did a talk on it in. Did you do a talk on user data?
Yeah,
You
correct,
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
You never thought I could fill a talk with just talking about
User data. I'm going to do 2 slides on it. Okay, so user data. User data, if you weren't aware, is our ability to get config data down onto an instance at boot time. Did I describe that correctly? Thank you. Now, in CloudStack, user data has basically been a piece of text, but when we create an instance, we create a VM, you stick that text in and it gets sent down to the machine. Okay? What we now have with managed user data is effectively a library of a catalogue of user data and the ability to add in variables. You can then attach those library entries to a template, to a specific instance, to whatever you want. Okay, so you can reuse and you can centrally manage those user data settings. It's again next to the auto scale group I was just talking about, top level menu item user data. It manages the scripts, associated with a template, an ISO image, or a specific instance, and it supports custom parameters. So if, for example, you wanted user data to install MySQL, to configure it, to get the database up and running, you might want parameters in terms of the account name and the password that you want to pass in that's generated upstream from somewhere else. We also have an override option, and you can control. So if you've got this in a template, that's whether you're going to allow a user, when they deploy that with that user data, they're going to be able to override that at that point. So really, really flexible. Okay, two-factor authentication at long last. You can now use 2FA on the CloudStack UI. I think everybody knows what 2FA is. What we've actually got here is a 2FA framework, so it's a pluggable framework. So the logic is you can come along with any authenticator, any provider you want. TOTP is the provider that's being built to start with, which covers most bases, but you might have some other weird and wacky form of authentication you need to plug in, and we've got a pluggable framework where you can create a provider very easily and then use whatever you want for that second factor. Can be enabled individual user, domain, or globally, and there's also the concept you can enable it and then you can enforce it. So you could take a domain and you could say, right, these guys all have to use 2FA. Next time they log in, they're going to be forced to go through the setup process with 2FA. Pluggable framework, as I say, you can add new authentication providers, and because it's configured by zone and domain, you can have different authentication providers depending on where people are in your CloudStack environment. Use as many providers as you want. The TOTP plugin, TOTP, what's that stand for? Time-based one-time password. Pretty much most of the common authenticators out there nowadays, Google Authenticator, Microsoft, etc., supports TOTP. So there's a plugin which basically means you can support any of those. The setup process for a user is all part of what is in the plugin and in the framework for CloudStack, the QR code, however the plugin wants to support that. Okay, we can now fully encrypt volumes. So we've got full on-disk volume encryption using Lux 1. You can tell this isn't my area, can't you? This is only supported in KVM at the moment. Okay? So literally when you do this at the disk offering level, somewhere here, can't really read that, bang, choose encrypt. The disks based on that offering will get encrypted when they're created. Okay, API-driven console access. Traditionally with CloudStack, console access has just been a question. It's been a UI thing, right? So you've just been there with some HTML using the inside with the console. We now have an API call which will return a URL for console access. Okay, one-time use URL. What that's facilitating is if you want to give console access into third-party systems, or you want to access the console from the API from anywhere, you can now do it. Okay, so it's not just the CloudStack UI that can give you console access. You can get it from anywhere. Use cases, things like help desk systems. So if you're running a CloudStack environment, you've got an alternative help desk system, you could do some integration with the CloudStack API for people to be able to get to the console from your help desk system, for example. There's a whole load of security stuff around that. That uses a one-time token. There's also a token you can pass around as a reference, as a key basically between the systems, so you keep track of who's requesting what. Okay, adaptive affinity groups. So we've had affinity groups in CloudStack for years. There were two types of affinity group, affinity and anti-affinity. There's now 4 types of affinity groups. Affinity and anti-affinity, strict and non-strict. Traditionally with CloudStack they were all strict, right? So if it couldn't meet the rule of your affinity group, it just wouldn't deploy. You'd get an error, it'd fail. Okay? So you can choose to keep that by specifying an affinity group to be strict. If you mark it as being not strict, CloudStack will then use its deployment planners to put it somewhere else. It will try and meet your rule, but it might not be able to meet your rule. So there's a lot more flexibility there. Okay, it's my favourite. I love this. The global settings finally has some sort of structured UI. Okay, this isn't going to win any prizes. We should have had it years ago, but we've traditionally had this, key value pair, which is, I guess everybody in the room loves using. It's very, very simple, quickly search for a setting. But one thing was mentioned a few times on mailing lists when people first get CloudStack. One of the things we do, I know I certainly do, when you first get a piece of software, you look at it, you go into its options, you go into its settings, you have a nosy around and see what's available, what's configurable. And CloudStack never had that. It had 400 key value, which a lot of the names of them didn't make a huge amount of sense. So there's now a more structured global settings with some categorization, there's some proper toggle buttons for Boolean values, there's some drop-down lists and those sort of things, which, to be honest, just makes life, I think, a little bit easier when people are first deploying CloudStack. Everybody here will be pleased to know you can still do a search and it will give you the name, the key value pairs like you've been used to. So you can still do it the old-fashioned way. Okay, live demo. Am I feeling brave? Okay, shout out. There's a lot there I could demo. Anybody got any preferences, what they'd like to see? I've got 10 minutes, or we can just go straight to questions. What an interested bunch. Okay. Okay. That's how brave I was, Dan. I was.
Show them all.
Okay. Let's now. Sorry, give me a second.
Do you have the 2FA enabled somewhere in an account?
Oh, we can try enabling it.
Because one of the things we did is there's a feature we developed years ago where you can set a IP restriction on an account. So you can have the API open for the world, but admin accounts could be locked down to a certain IP, and I think 2FA is much easier than having IP restrictions.
Got to be.
Yeah.
It's got to be, and as well, I think, ultimately more flexible, isn't it? Because you're putting the user in control.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Good, you can see what I can see. Okay, so let's start. Let's have a little look at auto scaling. I'm logged on as cloud admin here, and we've now got this. Oh, I'm not logged on. Okay, so I've got an auto scaling group pre-configured. I'm just going to walk you through the how to actually create one, and then I'll show you that working on that pre-configured one. So a new auto scale group. A lot of this looks like creating an instance. So again, if you remember that diagram, it pulls together first of all what zone I want to deploy into. Oh, while we're there, there's a lot of edge zones in there. You can see it's something else I'm going to talk about in a second. Okay, choose what template I want to use, what compute offering.
Giles,
Ask.
would it be possible to move?
Am I in your way?
We don't see the screen very well.
Will people at home be able to see me? Is that better, Lucian? More?
Yes, but maybe more for the camera.
Yeah, it's fine on the camera.
All right.
Okay, I'm not going to bother with a data disk. I need to choose what network that instance is going to go on. Remember, this is effectively going to get saved as a rule set, and when my autoscale rule triggers, these are all the sort of pre-baked decisions that we're going to give it. Okay, what load balancer do I need to map it to? Okay, and then I choose my scale up, scale down policy. Okay, I can have multiple policies as I talked before. Okay, and then I can have multiple counters. There's all the counters I was talking about before. Okay, I'm not going to go through it, so I'm going to use my existing one because I've pre-configured all of that. It's that simple. It takes 5 minutes to create that rule. What I've got here is based on that load balancer. I've got a pair of, I think they're Nginx servers running in the load balancer, and this instance here is just going to start firing loads of requests and hitting the load balancer rather than me having to try and do it multiple times. But first of all, let's just have a little look and check that's running. it is. Yeah. Okay. So the moment I start this is literally on boot, just going to start making HTTP requests to the load balancer. Okay. Okay, that's it. There you go. Now, my auto scale rule, I think I've got set to evaluate every minute. It's going to take time, and that will take time to get to request. So we'll look at some other bits whilst that's going.
Can I make a request there?
Yes, you certainly can, Don.
I think in 4.18 there's also an improvement on historic metrics for VMs.
Okay.
Could we have a look at that?
The metrics view. You know what, there is. That didn't make it on my presentation. Thank you, Don. He's found a feature.
That was what I was thinking of.
Everybody give me 10 minutes, I'll do my PowerPoint. Yeah, thank you. Anything else I've missed from anybody else, by the way?
Probably.
Yes, you've now got the graphical metrics stuff. Thank you. I've forgotten that was there. Yeah, very good. So we always had that as data, right? We always had that as a...
Never historic.
Correct. Yeah, it was always live. Thank you. And what I'm hoping, after that interlude... Okay, still hasn't triggered yet. We're going to give it a little bit of time. Talk quickly about edge zones. Just to show you quickly. Here, the process, when I go to add a zone, first thing I'm now being asked is whether it's edge or core, and then I get taken down those different routes. If I'm being really brave, I'll show you 2FA. So I'm admin here. So let's go and just create an account. Just a normal user account, and we're going to call that David. Okay, so first thing to set up 2FA is we use the lovely new global settings and do what I know everybody in this room is going to do, and just quickly search for the key value pair they want from before. Okay, so enable 2FA means the plugin's installed and running. Mandate 2FA. This is a global setting I'm making at the moment. If I do that, every account on this environment is going to suddenly have to go through the 2FA registration process. I can also do that at domain level. I could do that at individual user level. Now, I'm not going to mandate it because I don't want everything to blow up on me. So I'm going to log in as David and then actually choose to set up 2FA myself instead of that being mandated. Okay, so just straightforward text-based authentication there. Go to my profile, and I think it's that one there, set up two-factor authentication. Okay, these are the different providers we've got installed here. Static pin, I think, is basically does anybody know anything about that? I think it's basically just a test harness for doing a secondary pin. It isn't really, in my opinion.
Second password.
Say again?
Yeah.
Second password, yeah. To me, that's the same factor, right? But yeah, I think this is more a demonstration that the framework can support different providers. You can take these out, by the way. There's one of the global settings is provider list, and you just strip that out, and it will disappear from the list. I'm going to go with Google Authenticator. And I'm going to be very, very brave. You can't see this, of course, can you? Okay, so I've just pressed add in Google Authenticator, scan QR code, and I'm scanning what I'm seeing there. Okay, I've got lots of real real thing set up in Google Authenticator, but now I've got one called CloudStack European User Group brackets David, right? So that description was set with another global setting, okay? And that's given me my code, 239. And there we go. Okay, that was a good demo.
How did it say?
I don't know.
See, the pen was wrong. Code.
Human error.
Okay, user error. I just wonder. I've got two. I've got this on another account as well. That isn't healthy. I think I might have found a bug. I'm just going to log in with an account I know I've got this set up as. I have no explanation. Okay, we might have a little hack on this in the pub later. Okay, right. You're not seeing, I'm seeing that working for you. That's nearly everything. I think that's. Oh yeah, we'll just go back and have a look at the auto scaling. I need to log in as admin to see that happen.
So it would be nice to see Wido 2 web or theme supported there as well as a plugin. That's where everyone's going right now for security keys.
Yeah. I think that's the logic of it being a framework, right? So there's a plugin, create the plugin, off you go. So what I'm hoping to see, going back to auto scaling, is bang, there we go. So I've got my instance there chucking HTTP requests at the load balancer, and it's spinning out more and more of these. It's got a numerical reference, and then it's got a random bit of text to give it a different name. I don't know what I'm up to at the moment, but if I also now, is that my stress? Yeah. If I go and stop this, in another few minutes, you're going to, in the auto scale rule, they will then be expunged. Okay, so it's scaling up the load, coming down again. Okay, that is, I think, just about everything from me. Any questions? Yeah, fantastic release. And a lot of people in this room have done a lot of work towards that release. It was a really good community effort.
And thank you, Dan, for doing the work on it.
Yeah. I found a bug. I'll get some. All right, so Lucian's up next, talking about monitoring, but we've got 5-10 minutes to grab a coffee, go to the bathroom if you need to before we start again. Remember, if you go out to the toilet, you need to take one of these red passes. Cool. That all okay, Jane?
Can you just announce in the beginning of the talk that people can take some
swag.
power swags
Yeah.
and their badges, and yeah, I just want to get rid of all of them.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Nice talk. I should have done it, of course.
Of course. Why am I having to do these talks?
Well, you could have just run it.
Very nice. Okay, let me
By
get.
the way, can I ask you to not use instance, but at least VM instance?
No, it's called
Instance, no, sorry. Instances has too many meanings.
We'll talk about this another time.
Exactly.
How are you? I'm fine.
So I think it must start off.
Yeah.
2 Mondays in a row off.
So
Yeah, we just signed a contract, so we're making the
A lot of people had holiday cash to the side. Right now we're trying to figure it out. And so, I mean, case in point, Troy got to my game and she said,
I can never go.
I'll just find it going on right now, right? They can probably do it on their browser. Sure enough, you know, it's 2 hours later. That's right. So we got the latest one. No question, I got lucky. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah.
Then from there
The airline lobbies are too strong.
I did from Paris, 14 hours. Done better than from there to Zurich.
And my wife.
And you don't need to arrive 2 hours
I will stay
inside the U. Yeah, 2 minutes early. Eurostar, still bit of a location.
know it's work. It's most important thing. I don't have time.
I was meant to send my presentation, but
Oh, that's so good, man. It's nice to say. I
hope I do justice to what
that's what
I started doing slides about everything possible in 4 or 5 hours. There's so much there.
There is such a huge amount. I'm really excited about the compliance stuff.
I tried some service sharing. It's not working. The big limitation there is that almost everything is
Really
on root
cheesy
tonight.
at the
Yeah.
same
We'll have to figure something out. Yeah, from a compliance perspective, for large enterprises, like you guys, for example, I mean, this is really the major goal: is how to increase the traffic in this space. How can you reduce all the costs? We're really doing this, right? And this is the blocking the proven. Because you know, with all of the financial stuff happening constantly right now, compliance issues is high. And at some point in time, CloudStack users are going to say we have to do this. That was partial goal. Can be policed and can be proven.
Last week we were listening to firewalls, which had CloudStack networks going in and out. Okay. This isn't going the way it is out. Okay.
And then plug all the stuff back into the sim as well. So it can be all.
Yesterday was having drinks some former colleagues from big SaaS provider here. And they use CloudStack and they use Peinthor. And when I mentioned the times of fact, now they are interested in CloudStack again. Just use the network.
We have a bunch of projects about the central bank digital currencies right now, so highly regulated stuff. So we have a vested interest right now in making sure that we can actually prove compliance. So I'm we're an investment. I say a VC that also runs Cloud. So we're
That's good. That's on target. Yeah. So we should be on target for a sub 4 hour marathon. Well, it's another level. That's another level. Yeah, and I, currently I was thinking about it. So that was it.
Maybe not so much. Yeah. And we wouldn't kids with having now and work.
And then also doing training for I don't know if you talked to the store. I've done a few.
Next we're going to say
driving skill for
central bank currencies.
And I'd sort of obviously what's next thing?
We really get caught.
So is that going to be a lot more trouble for you?
It already has. Last 4 weeks. It is when you go Jolly to Dubai where it's on the same trip.
No, it is when you get down.
14 days away, and I got
I went and watched the London
last weekend. I was super careful too. I've been there a few times.
You see them on
Russian roulette.
you see them on 13 going that side of the road, and then so when we're looking for our friend on this side, it makes it easier to go back to the other side. Just every 4 minutes drink. It's the first time I've seen the elite.
So we have just acquired a company, a services company that is going to be between clouds.
It's pretty busy doing it.
So it's about 55 person.
It's interesting. A colleague of mine read a book called Boyan Krosnov,
And we have a lot of connections. A general counsel for Europe, CMS. So he's in one of the 7 families pretty much around the country. So we have a lot of hands. Plus also in thousands of groups.
So
we have a subsidiary.
So it's their muscles. It's
Well,
their bones.
it's
their
not
joints.
just the tax treatment.
It's modified. Whereas for the last 2 years, we've got this setting. So
It's being disclosed.
and so we see it running and not take too much of the technology. Yeah. So always running and then we can and it's not sprinting. So the point is they're running marathons, but they can't prove it all there. So they
And you must have found you train states, right? I mean, a couple of the bills, you need a power bill or something, and you need to prove that you actually a citizen. A lot of these people in Africa, and so with the governments there, where they digital currency is pegged to real currency.
Every Monday morning, they have our first meeting at 9. So I drop off at 10 via a 5-minute bike ride by the same and I'm running the gear on, so I drop the bike and then I'll go for a run for 7 kilometers, so maybe half an hour, 35 minutes, and I'll home again and then go to the first meeting again. I settled into now, so I do my because so basically, when I finish this, and I come back out and take out all of the dictatorships, constitutional partners, I'm doing 5K. I mean, I got injured about 5K about 5 years ago,
all underpinned by
before that, I was training for 20
January. Yeah, so I exited the NA in middle of January. We got across by a very, very, very big competitor. You guys might know that because they here in the UK and France too. And I now work in flight. I had no idea what it was.
Yeah. No.
They were doing around they were 6 years old. So we were classes and place and so they used them and then used the rest
around the troops
to burn down debt because they required 48 companies right? Typical capitalization trick. You go in, you buy the assets, you lift your companies, you use that to go so that's about 2 billion in revenue, so pretty big. 8 billion right, so you think about that mechanics right now, the current market.
What about the team?
I'll be hiring a bunch of
Is the position good? I'm not in the way, right?
Could you tell everybody before you start that there is swag to take?
Yeah,
there's lots of CloudStack swag.
Yeah.
Giles, she doesn't have access to it now, but when our colleague comes, Rene do it.
Should put this on, right?
I don't think you don't have to, but you can.
I mean, is it better for our quality?
Well, it's already kind of set up for how it works.
Okay.
If you just speak now, yeah, that's fine.
All right, guys. That's all right.
Yeah.
We can start. Before that, we have a lot of swag here. Whoever is interested in grabbing some
Swag.
socks and pens and some other very nice stuff.
It's a power adapter, so if you don't bring your own, we have power adapters. You can take them. Please take them.
All right, so monitoring CloudStack. Who's monitoring their stuff? Hands up. Nobody? Really? Come on, guys.
We do it.
I'm kidding. Lots of hands in the air. All right, that's good. I was tasked with researching this subject a while ago, quite a while ago. And yeah, came up with a few conclusions, and I'm basically here to speak to you about them. So obviously, monitoring is important. Otherwise, you don't really know in which state your stuff is in. Is the cat dead or alive, to use Schrodinger's cat metaphor? And yeah, that's why we need proper monitoring and alerting to see what is going on in your deployment, in your infrastructure. In terms of solutions, what you can use, there's really a vast choice out there. Luckily, you can use all sorts of open source or commercial products like SolarWinds or Ubersmith. But of course, we have some really good open source solutions for monitoring not only CloudStack, but generally all the stuff around it as well. So I'm looking at Zabbix, Prometheus. There's of course Nagios, and CheckMK, which is very popular. And of course, there's a plethora of other stuff as well. A lot of these things have been around for a long time now, like Nagios, who's probably older than me, and some other ones. But of course, there are new kids on the block, such as Prometheus and InfluxDB and some other stuff, although they are not strictly about monitoring. Well, Prometheus kind of is, but InfluxDB is not. So having gone through most of this, my own conclusion was that we should use Zabbix, little reference to Baz Luhrmann's song there. So why I came up with this conclusion, having gone through a lot of this other stuff, is that, well, it's free, it's readily available, it's easy to install on most platforms. It's just a click or a yum install or apt-get install away. It's a great combo of both old and new, and by that I mean support for monitoring via all sorts of methods. So you can do just basic checks like is that port open, is that SNMP all right, and so on and so forth. So not only that it covers the old school stuff like we used to do it 10-15 years ago and more, but also has support for a lot of this new stuff that I mentioned, like Prometheus, so it can read Prometheus exported data and can also integrate with InfluxDB, and more than that, I didn't manage to put in there. So besides the great monitoring, it also supports reporting as well, so it will get in touch with you via all sorts of like a couple dozen way of getting through you, including what's more popular now, like Slack or Microsoft Teams, IRC, of course, and email, and of course you have dashboards and whatnot if you want to just put something on a TV on a screen, if you still do that kind of thing. Another really nice thing about it is that not only it alerts you, but you also get, for most of the stuff, nice graphs. You can see historical trends, and you can it helps you make an image in your mind of what's going on there with that service and so on. It's extremely flexible. You can monitor loads of stuff with it. It's got these templates. It's a concept that they use, predefined checks and triggers and so on for monitoring services. And then you can, of course, add your own. You can either create templates or you can add custom checks, which it's a way of basically hooking bash scripts into the system and get out of it values and of course graph them and so on. Nice UI. There's an API available as well. So coming from Nagios, for example, I remember I had to deal with loads of config files, add them and so on, but of course this was many years ago. And of course, being an open source project and successful and on the market for so long, you can find so much documentation, tutorials, videos. YouTube is full of stuff, for example. So most of the questions you might have, somebody already probably answered that for you. Going further, so nowadays we live in this cloud native world. Everybody's thinking of the sexy things, Kubernetes, containerization, JSON, automation and so on, but let's not forget about the metal that everything runs on. So that's one thing nice about Zabbix, that it supports monitoring everything, starting from the power distribution units, going through storage units to switches and so on. So let's not forget about this, all the infrastructure that actually hold our cloud together. So what should we be monitoring? Well, starting from the ground up, as I said, and this is slightly misaligned here, probably I would start, if I were to run my own data hall or something, I would start with the power distribution. Most of the PDUs support can connect to a network and export all sorts of data via SNMP. Then of course you have your network gear, your routers and switches, and this is just a sample graph from one of our Mellanox switches indicating some traffic rates here. Of course you can have all sorts of triggers connected to these values. Should it go too high or too low, or should there be lack of data as well? Moving sort of up the stack, of course the next very important bit are the storage platforms. So maybe you're using something open source like FreeNAS or something like a QNAP appliance. You may want to, of course, keep an eye on that, see how your disk usage fluctuates during a period of time. and of course you can do that as well. This is another sample from actually a QNAP in our lab, and it's showing the free size of a certain volume, so it's at 20%. Just an example. Moving on, right, hypervisors. Of course, one of the more important, well, the more important, they're all important, but these ones are so close to they are getting closer to our workloads, which are inside the VMs, right? So they are very important. Typically, you'd be running KVM, VMware, or Zen server. In this case, I have a graph here with a CPU utilization of a KVM box. Of course, it's really easy to keep track of that, and you can do the monitoring via SNMP, or if it's a Linux hypervisor, it's a KVM hypervisor, you can just install the Zabbix Linux agent there and export like a lot of metrics and have monitoring for whatever you want. So this graph it's showing CPU utilization, and I'm not sure if it's visible from the back. There's a trigger here. If the CPU utilization goes over 90, it will trigger an alert that you're gonna get via whatever you've configured there, email or Slack or whatnot. So there are all sorts of ways of monitoring this. For VMware, the support is also very good. Zabbix has some really nice templates for that, and auto discovery of all sorts of features, metrics, including number of VMs, and probably can go even further and automate adding those VMs to monitoring as well. I mean, more than just them being up or down. What else is there? So we've talked about the hypervisors. We have our database service that we need to run CloudStack, of course. Sometimes this service runs on the same CloudStack management server, sometimes it's on a different box. But no matter where it runs, it's critical to your CloudStack installation. So this needs to be very available, and you need to keep an eye on the performance. We have a sample graph here that's looking at query selects per second, which is fine in this case. And I've put another screenshot here showing when CloudStack, when Zabbix managed to find that the slave IO thread is not running on the secondary database server. So basically, that means your replication is broken, and you need to see why it's broken and fix it, because that could leave you exposed to all sorts of problems. So you can monitor MySQL via SNMP, but really you want to install the Zabbix Linux agent, because it will connect to the MySQL server and extract from there a lot of data. Right, so as I said, replication is very important, and you will need to keep that. If you're using Galera or something else, I'm pretty sure there's support for that as well, one way or another. Okay, getting closer to CloudStack itself. So what else do we need to monitor? Well, the CloudStack TCP ports that it's using for everything, really. So we have our access ports to the UI and the API, 8080 and the 8443 if you want secure communications. We have 9090, which is used for the communication between the two CloudStack management servers, or more if you have more than, and of course there's port 8250 where the CloudStack agents connect to. You want to make sure these are always up and running, and of course you can do this in Zabbix via just basic TCP checks. Just check if the TCP port is open. More than that, you may want to go further and also look at the availability of the UI and the API. Is it responsive? Is it available? How responsive is it? Is it taking too long to load? Maybe there's a problem you need to investigate. So, for example, Zabbix has a really nice feature called web scenario, where it actually has the ability to log in into your UI and actually do a query, an API query. And there's an example here, probably can't be seen from too afar. It just does list zones, and if it takes more than 3 seconds, it will trigger an alert. Of course, it also keeps track of all the values that it had in time. This is actually from our lab, so you can see which are the more busy periods and so on. So this is a very handy feature to have. Other than that, you want to really look into the Java virtual machine via the JMX connector and monitor your heap memory and other stuff that it exposes, like database connections, concurrent connections, and a lot of other things. They're called beans. I'm not very familiar with Java, but whoever is a programmer, this may make more sense to them. Right, so to monitor the JVM, you would need to use a JMX template, which is supported in Zabbix. Basically, you point it, you tell CloudStack, hey, look, you need to start the remote JMX console. You do this by editing the systemd service file or etc default CloudStack. And CloudStack will start this for you. You can then tell Zabbix, use this template, connect to this JMX console, gather all the metrics, and watch out, do your thing, create your triggers, alerts, and so on. Okay, so this bit is like the core CloudStack stuff, but of course we have our VMs, and monitoring the VMs is can get a little bit tricky. First of all, you may not want to monitor all the VMs. If you're a public cloud provider, you may not be interested in monitoring some dude's virtual machine. But some people may choose to, for example, pay extra for monitoring, and then you need to keep an eye on this machine. Depending on what kind of network you have deployed, what kind of zone you have deployed, it may be easier or harder to monitor these virtual machines. Why? Because if your virtual machine is in an isolated network, behind the firewall, behind a NAT, then Zabbix can't reach it. So there are a few tricks that you can use to get metrics about those machines. One of them being you can install a Zabbix agent inside the virtual machine that's in active mode. This means having the virtual machine connect to the Zabbix server instead of the usual way it's the server connecting to the client and exporting the data. But out of the box, for example, if that virtual machine dies and no longer dies, I mean it's whatever, it's kernel panic for some reason or extremely loaded, then it will stop pushing this data. Zabbix by default doesn't do anything, doesn't trigger any alerts. So that virtual machine may well be unusable, and you're oblivious to that fact. You can create triggers and say, look, if the ping from this machine had no data in this amount of time, it means it's having trouble. So you can create triggers based on no data, agent checks, active agent checks. The active being the important bit here because it's the virtual machine sending data to the Zabbix server. Another thing you can do is have a Zabbix proxy. So the Zabbix proxy is like a middleman, as the name implies, between your server and the VM. You can install a Zabbix proxy, also in active mode. So the Zabbix proxy will connect to the Zabbix server. But all the checks will be done passively from the proxy to the virtual machines or all the virtual machines in your network. Probably not a good idea, but you can actually install a Zabbix proxy in the virtual router. So you can use the virtual router to do checks on the virtual machines in that network and then have all that data, all those metrics sent back to the Zabbix server. I said it's a bad idea because of the transient nature of the virtual router may get recreated and so on. Perhaps we could make this a feature in the future. Right, so probably there's a lot more to be said about monitoring the virtual machines, which this can happen in a lot of weird situations, all sorts of differences based on your setup. So yeah, happy to talk more about this after the talk or at the pub. And right, we were talking about how Zabbix can also use more modern software such as Prometheus or InfluxDB for data storage. And since version, I think 4.13 or something like this, we have a native Prometheus exporter that Zabbix can interpret and build all sorts of graphs on it. In this example here, we are looking at the CloudStack VMs total, which is a Prometheus metric, and we're looking, we're applying a filter. We're looking at the VMs in error. Also, we have a trigger here. If the number of VMs in error is equal or greater than 1, then we're going to have an alert. What does this mean? It means CloudStack failed to deploy correctly a virtual machine. So that could indicate usually a serious problem, either a serious misconfiguration or something is failing in your environment. Perhaps it's a network, storage, who knows. It will need to be investigated. So if I would run a public cloud or any sort of cloud, I would be looking at this kind of stuff. Okay, so that's how CloudStack can use the Zabbix can use the Prometheus exported data by the CloudStack exporter. This is just basically scratching the surface because you can create graphs and triggers and items based on all of the data exported by CloudStack. So you can look at, for example, the network traffic that a VM did in a time frame and much more. IOPS, storage, all sorts of stuff. Very, very handy to have. Prometheus is a time-based series database, and it's quite accurate, but even more accurate than Prometheus is InfluxDB, which from my understanding has like nanosecond level, how can I say, accuracy. So this can, InfluxDB can be used by CloudStack to export the data. So if you go into the global settings in, what is that, stats, output URI, then you can define location of where your InfluxDB server is running. You specify the database name and CloudStack will start to push data into it. For example, some of the more interesting data that we see in the VM stats, this is created automatically by CloudStack, is like disk read IOPS, disk write IOPS, network read kilobytes per second, and network write. There are some more. And in this example here, I'm just doing, by the way, the syntax is kind of like SQL. You can do select, disk read, and so on from the table VM stats where the UUID of the VM is, that log sausage there, with a limit of 15. Basically, you don't want to, maybe you don't want to see all the data. So you can see here loads of read IOPS and so on, network writes, network reads, all very very useful information to have. And of course, as it happens, Zabbix can connect to this database and interpret this data, create graphs. Of course, then you can apply your triggers and so on. So I could really see, perhaps at some point in the future, having our CloudStack usage server replaced by something like this. Why not? I mean, it's an option. Yeah.
That's a question. That stats output.uri global setting, that's been around forever and a day.
That has been around for a long time.
And is that just putting that isn't, you're not specifying that it's going to go into InfluxDB. That's just dumping it somewhere.
No, you have to specify it's InfluxDB. You can also specify it's a graphite, and I'm not sure whether anything else is supported. But these two are certainly supported. So InfluxDB is supported, and graphite is supported.
But there's settings in CloudStack, are they?
This is a setting in CloudStack,
Okay,
yes.
I didn't even know we had that integration.
Yeah, you go.
Did you?
Yeah.
Thanks, Wido.
Yes, I think it was Wido for graphite initially, right?
Yeah, and then for Influx, we use it to do billing for the virtual machines. So you get the VM stats and you get the host stats.
So you've already replaced CloudStack usage with this?
Yeah.
Somewhat, yeah.
Years ago.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, there you go. It's so the option in the global setting is stats.output.uri, URI. And then you have to specify, like it would be an HTTP address, influx, db, colon // and then IP address, and then a database name. And just CloudStack will just push all this data into it. Really handy to have, and I think this is probably the most performant solution can have now. Maybe, I mean, I'm not an expert, but to me it looked really good. All right, maybe I rushed a bit through it. Perhaps I finished earlier than I should have. Comments or questions?
How does that thing just show where you're pushing things out relate to the new bit of UI that shows metrics?
Well, I think those are the same metrics being pushed. So CloudStack, I think I'll have to double check. But all this is
specific piece of integration between Zabbix and Prometheus, or is that just an open standard in terms of data?
It's a feature of Zabbix that it is able to read Prometheus exporter in a similar way it's able to read SNMP.
But yeah, okay.
Yeah. Same for InfluxDB. Oh, and another thing, but maybe I didn't mention, is that actually Grafana also supports Zabbix. So if you're not happy with the dashboards in Zabbix, they're a bit more, let's say, functional rather than sexy. Then you can use Grafana to have very specialized, nice-looking dashboards. If you're still working in a network operations center with a lot of fancy TVs on the wall and so on. Yeah.
Thank you, Lucian.
Okay, thank you.
Another quick 5 minutes for a coffee, a break while we swap over the laptops and things, and then back here on 5. Give you a chance to get. You're up next. Thank you. Thanks very much.
So we were pulling everything into that because every metric was right. So yeah, so it was very difficult to make the scale. When we had a bunch of
Does it?
Yeah.
Didn't I do well?
You're perfect. I don't know how you managed it.
Now the problem here is there's no presenter view, so I need to change. I was really surprised we managed to get. I mean, the theory.
It sounds simple in theory, but when you start to connect all of these cables and everything,
Yeah. I think a lot of it was actually doing it for the first time. I think now you see where the problems are going to be. I mean, the biggest problem was getting people's. It's just this isn't a very good HDMI adapter, and it wouldn't install.
are you streaming from the same laptop, everybody?
This is mine. Yeah. I'm going actually. Yeah, we need to get Wido. We've got Wido, Alex, StorPool guys, and then Dimsi. It'd be better if they can use their own laptops. Let me just check it.
Same point, right? You want to double check my it's really good enough.
But I don't like
we just decided to go to Isinga too, because it's a little bit more
it's
fresh,
still like yours, but with less
like ShapeBlue is doing CloudStack. We have a network kind of Isinga.
So it's a different one.
Yeah, exactly. And never used it for there.
But once you, it's crazy, but once you get over that, then you can start to see the potential and it's so cool.
And we are so unsatisfied with the usage service. Maybe we can.
Fine. Thank you, Rene.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later about that. We talk about using the InfluxDB for the usage, because we are running the same problems. We're using the usage service for billing, and it's so limited. And we
so that's why we wrote that output, because it's the stats collector is doing its round, fetching everything from the hypervisors and from the so the VMs and the hosts. So what it simply does is it takes all the data which the stats collector has and then just puts it into a measurement called host and VMs. And then you get a time series database of disk bytes, disk IO, network traffic. And maybe memory, I don't know, it has a few. You just showed it there. I don't know.
We are running into the problem that when you have just records, it's not able to map the volume to the VM.
Yeah, but we're using it to show users, not really to bill on it, to show how much traffic their VM did in a certain period.
Okay, we have used Netflix for that, so on the router.
Yeah, but also shows this
how are you?
pretty simple. They just take the VM UUID and the VM stats, and then just say for this VM within this time period, I want to do metrics.
Speaking of nice things,
and how do you bill volumes or VMs?
Yeah, really good.
Yes, that really depends per company which we have, how they do that. But usually it's based on the service.
Sure, Rebecca will.
We're using custom objects, so we have this information, but we need to.
Yeah, I bet.
We need to build per VM. We want to build per virtual machine, and then you need to have the volume map to the VM. And you need to do special API, extra API calls so that the information on it. And if the VM has been deleted, this mapping is on the way from the usage record.
Yes. All good. Everyone's well. As long as everyone's well and smiling, then I'm happy.
So
we can talk about
many customers are still using just the VPS.
Brilliant.
We actually invoice at the beginning of the month instead of the end of the month. So they get the invoice for the VM for that whole month.
Okay, but when you have the dynamic customer, you
honestly 99% of the customers they just want the VPS. They don't want a cloud where they do dynamic scaling, upscaling, downscaling.
Okay, that's our customer.
I don't think that we get that.
I think that's everybody's customer.
Yeah.
But we just let the developers get away.
You want to be agile because it's a good word.
But for a provider perspective, it's not the best if pay-per-use is not very interesting for
yes, exactly. But the customers are just then you build the infrastructure. It doesn't matter how many VMs are on their infrastructure, or
well, they use many of the plans are they get built per VM, and then the fairly simple offering is the VM with maybe one or two data disks, and that's about the main usage.
But they pay up front, so they're just ordering 2 CPUs, 4 GB RAM, 100.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter if they shut it down or just
they always pay for it.
Okay. Because we pay on the hourly.
Usage. Go to DigitalOcean, go to Linode, and go in the Wayback Machine how they did it years ago.
And you end up with gigs
also
of data that all needs to be worked
when your VM is turned off. Everybody's moving towards this model because the pay-per-use sounds really nice as a customer, but from a company, very unreliable.
You have just
you will be abused when people pay for use because they will be abusing your infrastructure. You keep their costs low, and when they turn on the VMs, it's your cost.
It's just how the hyperscalers doing it.
But what now we're seeing with Amazon and everybody is that their prices are increasing, but you can commit with them, and then you get better prices. Many depending on resources.
So they're also converging towards kind of the same thing.
To a recurring model, which is in contracts.
Yes.
We're doing that as well, so we have customers that have a fixed package, and then we allow them to burst, and then every time they go over that package, we charge them per hour.
Yeah, and usually premium over contract.
But then do you have fixed volume packages like this VM got 100 gigabytes?
Yeah, so we each customer with us has a domain, and we just assign the storage to that domain, and that's what he pays. And for the burst, we just check, give the customer more. If what he uses is below what he pays for, then he does not pay anything extra, just go over it.
But we have customers who want also their customers, they want to have projects mapped to their customers, so we have the billing overview of the virtual machine host because they have it to the customers.
We don't have one.
Yeah, I understand, but at some point, your customers are putting their problems with you.
Exactly.
They are putting their problems with you. They want to have the best price available, and also.
I'm totally with you. I mean,
yeah. So this is, of course, this is a business challenge to find a model. Because it's not only a technical solution, it's also because developing such a billing method and then maintaining it over a longer period, that's going to be a challenge as well.
I know exactly what you mean because we're doing it. But when your big customer demands it, you just reconsider.
We have tens of thousands of small customers. So
it's like eat or die. You take this, you can not just.
And again, so we are not a cloud provider. We don't compare ourselves with Wido, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's preset packages. Volumes you get are fixed sizes, so they go into certain blocks. So it's very predictable with revenue streams as well. How much revenue we're making per what volumes.
I mean, you're fixing your MRR, right? Just to have
And indeed, we had burst capacity as well. Very difficult with billing. So if it works with you, it works. But we found out it was very difficult to maintain if you don't have the scale with enough bursting, not enough customers using it. You need to explain how you got to the invoice, so you need to have evidence as well. It makes billing difficult.
If you're using usage, you do that. But it's still a pain in the
We call the data use 5 minutes, and now we just store it. I think the hourly billing is whatever is the highest peak in the hour was, that's what the customer says.
Interesting. We'll talk about this later. It's a hot topic.
It is.
And as I said, you need to prove it to the customer. We had the situation where the customer said, no, our virtual machine is not doing this much traffic. I mean, it's a traffic that we're having the net flow, and we need to improve it. And we just monitored 480 and 443, and the traffic is going through different ports.
I'll be honest, we do not monitor or build traffic.
Okay. It's just like you have preparing.
It's not that expensive anymore. Traffic. So
just for Amazon, it's very extremely expensive.
But we're doing a lot of monitoring money out of the traffic.
Yeah, I know, but or you adjust your pricing. You know, in total, you make a calculation how much the VM will cost you on average, and then you come to a certain price. But traffic, we
Don't sleep
because
run
the
out
problem is we also have backup systems running around, and then you go to S-flow for determining if the traffic was
We're doing that on the router side, so it's not technical problem is not there for us.
There you go. The trackpad's a bit sticky, I've just used it up and down.
Yeah.
Okay, as Lucian said earlier, there is a lot of swag here, so please help yourself to StorPool socks and CloudStack power adapters and things. Otherwise, the vet has to take it all home.
And they don't get any space.
Brilliant. So next up, we've got Rene from LINBIT, going to be talking about some of the things they've been doing around CloudStack. So let's give Rene a welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, as said, I'm Rene from LINBIT. I'm from Austria, and LINBIT is a company origin from Austria, Vienna. We have office also in US and some exclusive partner in Japan who is handling the contracts there, and the rest is shared between our US office and our Vienna office. We have basically 3 solutions right now as products. LINBIT SDS, which I will present you today, which is the thing you would use with CloudStack. And also LINBIT HA for high availability, and LINBIT DR for disaster recovery. LINBIT as a company started with DRBD, which is our basic technology. It's included in the Linux kernel since 2.643 Linux kernel. It is the block replication technology. It is open source. The currently shipped version with the kernel is still version 8, but we have already version 9, but is out of tree, and we are currently in the process of getting that merged in the tree back again. On top of that, we have also LINBIT Proxy, which is a commercial product, and then LinStore, which is a part of the SDS product. So LINBIT SDS, when it is a good fit, if you need persistent volumes for Kubernetes or any Docker container stuff, virtualization, like all platforms, CloudStack of course, OpenNebula, OpenStack, we have connectors or plugins for that, Proxmox. For database backing, storage backing, and also analytic processes if you need high read loadouts. Why is it fast? So the block replication is in the Linux kernel, not much context switches, it's very light on CPU and memory. Usually you can have it as a hyperconverged setup, and also there's a diskless mode, so reads and writes are over the network then. And if it's hyperconverged, you have the reads from the local disk, and the writes spread out to whatever you defined as how many replicas you want from your storage. And the thing about LINBIT SDS is we reuse all the bits and blocks from the Linux environment. So we use LVM or ZF, I don't know how it's pronounced, usually as CFS or ZFS. You can have looks in the mix, video for deduplication in the LVM context, and caching net, but I will get to that later. Yeah, what is it doing? You can have thousands of nodes, basically. I mean, not for the storage itself. DRBD is limited to 32 nodes. But usually you just want to have replicas for 2 or 3, maximum 3 nodes, because otherwise you just have storage wasted. Network, you can switch or have the separate networks between the data path and the communication path between LinStore. As a data replication, you can have synchronous mode and asynchronous mode with the pro and contra. You have consistency groups, which is not that much used in CloudStack use case, because usually you just will have one volume per disk for CloudStack. And yeah, you also have backup solutions in LinStore or LINBIT SDS, so you can put volumes on S3 or another LinStore cluster. So, as I said before, this is the Linux storage games which we reuse basically. So you have LVM or ZFS in the mix. depending if you're using Ubuntu as your base operation system or Red Hat or CentOS. You can have in the mix software from Linux or NVMe over Fabrics, and caching if you need any of that, like Bcache or DMCache. So this is what LinStore does. LinStore is the software which combines all those things. It's also written in Java like CloudStack. And the goals for this is to build all the building blocks and keep them together and provide that for our consumers like Kubernetes or CloudStack OpenNebula. As I said, it's building on the Linux storage components, it's multi-tenants possible, and we use LVM or LVM-Fin and ZFS for the volume management below. And you can have different deployment architectures depending on properties, which I will also get later. So for example, how this would look like in a hyperconverged setup. So you would have, this is your LinStore cluster, we have 6 nodes. And you have here, for example, 2 virtual machines running. This is the storage of the virtual machines, the storage devices themselves or the storage pool below them. And now you want to migrate basically this Docker virtual machine to this node. And in CloudStack you would just migrate this virtual machine. What happens then in LinStore is you would get from the plugin, it would move, not yet, or it can, but it must not move the virtual machine there. I mean, this is done from the hypervisor, of course. And then LinStore will still run there, not LinStore, but the virtual machine will run there. And in the background, it will run on the diskless mode from DRPD. So it will does the reads and writes from the data over the network. And there are certain settings you can have, like, okay, if this virtual machine runs longer than an hour on this other hypervisor, I wanted to get local storage. And so after 1 hour, you will get then the local storage there. And then there's another setting. You can say, okay, if this virtual machine stays there for a day, then I probably want it to be there. And then it will remove the additional replica from this other storage node, because you don't need it or don't want it.
I have a question about, if you go back to the slides, where the VM migrated from the upper hypervisor to that second one. But the volume was also on the other hypervisor, so you could also have chosen to migrate it to a different hypervisor where the storage will still be local.
Sure, yeah.
Is that something an admin needs to figure out, to say, hey, okay, what would be the other copy and move the VM, or can you say when moving the VM, move it to the other hypervisor where the storage is also present? Because this could be a potential performance killer when somebody migrates a VM without this knowledge, and so you suddenly go from local storage to network.
This is from the automatic way, but I think usually the connector, the plugin will, no, it will not. You're right, you would need to know where the storage is. If you want to move that, you can check that. I don't think you can see it in CloudStack itself, because it's transparent for it. But you can see it with the LinStore tools where the local volumes are, and which are, I mean, if they are not diskless there, they will be created there diskless for you. So you could, if you know in beforehand, okay, I wanted that there is no no performance lag, then you would probably choose a node where it's already have local storage.
So the transactions, storage transactions are asynchronous, favoring the local storage?
No, not, for reads.
Just for reads.
For reads. I mean,
Okay, so
you can run asynchronous mode. Then it's.
But it's risky.
Yeah, because it could lose some data in between them.
Okay, so even if you are gonna use local storage, you're still kind of. I mean, yeah, it's better than not, but you're still limited by the network aspect. Okay.
So now about LINSTOR, which is the basic part of LINBIT SDS, is it's a bit the same concept like CloudStack. So you have a controller, which would be the CloudStack management server, and then you have the LINSTOR satellite, which would be the CloudStack agent. And you should only have one LINSTOR controller running at one time. So if you have, you can run that in an HA setup, but there should be only one LINSTOR controller active at one time. And the LINSTOR controller talks to the satellites. So no satellite will create a connection with the controller. It's all started from the controller itself. And the controller you can control over a REST API or with a CLI, a command line program, or over we have some API libraries for Golang, Python, Java, and yeah, or just use plain curl calls with the REST API. And LINSTOR has objects, so like it has nodes, which are the like we've seen before. This would be LINSTOR node, LINSTOR node, LINSTOR node, and a resource is basically your volume for virtual machines. It can have more than one volume, but I think you will never see that in a CloudStack setup that a LINSTOR resource would have more than one volume, because this is more seen as a consistency group and is usually only used for databases where you have, for example, Oracle DB, and you need to have the log data at the same point or the same data like the real data. So they have to be in sync. Then you have snapshots, objects, which of course store the snapshots you do with LINSTOR. And storage pool would be your mapping to the LVM group, volume group, or the C pool. They can be shared in more complex setups, but usually you don't see them. And resource groups is then the mapping which you'd use as a primary storage in CloudStack. And resource groups are the place you can share settings and properties over a larger group of resources. And there's properties, it's here in the same list as objects, but basically every of these objects has properties below them. So you can set them, it's like the key value store you have in CloudStack. The global one, but here you have it per object. Yeah, and the LINSTOR storage layer can be constructed in a layer view, you can say. So you will always have at least the bottom layer, which is an LVM volume or a ZFS volume, and on top of that you can have looks or caches in between, and in most setups you will have on top the RBD for the data replication. But you can also create the resource in LINSTOR just having a LVM volume if you need it for something. And below that, or under your C pool, you can have a software rate, which makes for ZFS no sense because you already get that from a C rate. or Wido in combination with LVM for deduplication. And yeah, you can have rules on how data is placed in your cluster. Like you can give nodes the rack number, for example, and the room number, and a site. And then depending on the values, like it's like a key value store, you can either have them rules say, okay, I want a resource on racks with the number 1, and you can also say I want the resource distributed exactly not only on the rack 1, so to distribute your failure points. So if you have one rack room which goes on fire and it's broken, you want to have at least replicas in your other side or other room, and you can express this with these property values and rules in the resource group with the placement. Yeah, you can also have define different network interfaces for a storage pool or a node. So here comes again, like I want all the DRPD traffic data on a specific NIC and all the LINSTOR data, so the control plane, on another NIC. So if you have really like saturated your DPD network, it could happen that then LINSTOR can't communicate with each other because it is so overwhelmed by the DRPD replication data that you get problems there. And so one way would be to have a second network interface card and have just the DRPD data over that NIC. And yeah, DRPD has RDMA support also, and you can also configure that, of course. So the recent things that got into LINSTOR was volume, snapshot, and snapshot delta shipment. So you can now, as I said before, do snapshots in LINSTOR and ship them to S3 backups like MinIO servers or AVS S3, and also have them between LINSTOR clusters, so you can ship a whole snapshot there and then incremental ones, so you don't have to copy the data all the time, the full data. Then we introduced support for Kubernetes custom resource definitions. I think CRD is the shortcut, which lifts the need for Kubernetes setup. You needed an extra etcd container running to store, or it was easier with the ECD than having a SQL database running with Kubernetes in that setup. And now you can directly use the Kubernetes custom resource definitions. We have support now for AVS EBS volumes, so you can use that if you have a cluster running in an AVS environment. And yeah, current roadmap is that we improve our handling on disk failures. It works, but we just need to improve the story a bit so we get better log output on which disk failed on which node, and maybe get also some kind of alerting there. And yeah, also currently in the works is a LINSTOR database conversation tool. LINSTOR currently supports etcd, then an embedded H2 Java database, and all kind of SQL databases like Postgres, MySQL, and also the CRD stuff. And we want to get rid of the etcd database, but for that we have to provide a way to convert etcd database into the CRD stuff or into MySQL, and that's what's currently in the work. So yeah, this is our current connectors. already mentioned them. So we have Kubernetes and Nova. These are all run by the CSI driver. Then we have a Cinder driver already since 2019 for OpenStack, an Open Nebula storage driver, Proxmox, XCP&G. This driver is not developed by ourselves. It's from our partners Vates, which are running the XCP&G, and the Apache CloudStack driver, which I wrote, and I will highlight the stuff it cans in a later slide. Then there is also the distinctions. We have LINBIT SDS for Kubernetes, or we have a Pierre store, which is the open source variant, and the LINBIT SDS, which is our commercial variant, which is based then on Red Hat UBI based container images, and the other one is then on Debian. And you see the differences here also listed. But it's in the end it's the same source. It's just that the one has more support and has the official container images from Red Hat. Yeah, then here again, translation metrics for what would be a resource group in one of these connectors. And as I said, in CloudStack, the resource group would map to a primary storage, and the resource volume would be just the volume in the CloudStack environment. Yeah, the CloudStack driver is in upstream since 4.16. It has support currently only for KVM hypervisors. It is a primary storage driver. It supports volume snapshots, and you can also live migrate virtual machines in there. Since 4.18, I added support for IOPS quality of service settings. I also fixed a bug in CloudStack with that. And yeah, upcoming, and which might already work, I just had not enough time yet to really confirm it, is that maybe out of the box it already works, that you can run the LinStore with XCP&G with this, I think it's called XOStore, is the driver which is written by Vates, and I guess it should already work, but I didn't have the time to confirm it really. But this will be next thing, that we make it working in that environment. So, yeah. And that was also a bit too fast. Thank you, yeah, and I'm open for questions. Yes?
Yeah, on the naming of the product, you mentioned LINBIT SDS, and you also mentioned LinStore, and I'm confused what the storage product is.
The product for customers is LINBIT SDS, and LinStore is one part of it, basically. So if you're talking about LINBIT SDS, it would be a combination of LinStore, which is the main part, DRBD, which does the storage replication, and yeah, that's basically the two main products combined, and then the overall product name is LINBIT SDS.
And you mentioned shipping snapshot deltas between clusters. Are these in kind of a LINBIT format, or are they in, say, ZFS format, or?
Yes, they're in the native format. So we use ZFS send and receive in the backend, or LVM. For LVM, we had to write a small tool which is called fin send and receive, which does basically the same what ZFS would do. And yeah, and all of this is open source. Just if I didn't mention that, so you can download it and build it on your own.
So Piraeus data store is basically just the open source bits from LINBIT plus DRBD.
Yeah, but for the Kubernetes environment.
Strictly for Kubernetes.
Yeah, it's strictly for Kubernetes, or for the agent. because I need to know when a host is this diskless dynamic stuff working. And from what I saw,
to use it in this way, you don't need an integration. And as you said, you create one storage resource in the server, and then CloudStack just works. Back from in kind of CloudStack context, back in the storage file integration, they had this with Zen server. They had this concept of having a separate storage resource for all disk for each virtual disk, even in Zen server. So an integration of block storage solution with CloudStack and Zen server would also have that. It would have separate room for each virtual disk.
Okay.
Instead of having a large node.
So you will end up in just thousands of storage repositories in this way. Okay, get it.
And what that gives you is storage management features on the bottom there in the storage solution instead of using the assumptions.
Any other questions, Rene? Thank you.
Thank you. There should be some lunch out there. We're going to stop for about 30 minutes for the. You've got HDMI in your laptop. Yes. You've got an HDMI. You got HDMI.
Okay, that is just a big one.
You've got HDMI. Okay. Step down, yeah?
Yeah, you know, it's sometimes just unreliable depending on the TV.
But I like this one. You got the same as
Yes, I have it.
It's perfect.
What's based on what? Which I already got. No, it's got the modem as well.
So it's
okay. Mine came without the modem, but you can find the modem.
Yeah, you can find it.
You know what the problem I found? This is mine. If I can hold it somewhere, maybe mine.
But I didn't get the fingerprint.
Mine doesn't have
I probably don't get the new version. The network and
we have to get another tag on.
No, it does. But I also have that documentation on.
I just have one HTTP adapter on it now.
Yeah, but we just
But sometimes, yeah, well, my laptop's on USB-C now.
But sometimes these adapters will so you're connected to your
USB-C. I need a flash red tons, so I want to light it off. Because, you know, previously I had Sirett 2. If I had my own personal, then I had work one, right, compliance.
Dat je dan die bij
Well, the good news is that my laptop here is all USB-C. Everything is USB-C. So
you can carry one charger for your phone.
Exactly.
I've got an adapter if you need anything. Are you good?
I got the Pro.
There you go.
With the M2.
Yeah. I'll leave that here in case Giles needs it later.
Banks is doing a good job. Still improving.
Then they also do this.
Long story short,
The rest of why it should be called.
I can give you some.
There are a lot of people who
some
know
arguments
the
using
server,
CSEUG, yeah.
and that's why they want CSEUG. I don't know. So feedback from focus. Make a lot of people and statistically, the service provider that we spoke to 5 times more from them were using Cosmos than
Yeah, sure.
and that's why if we have to
I totally understand.
a new integration,
From the
we're
marketing
gonna do
point of view.
Better on my
Oh,
laptop.
you have a new slogan?
Yes,
Nice.
but it looks better on my laptop than it does on this TV.
Which part you don't like? The logo is a little bit worse.
You see it. And the colors are different.
You have the wrong version of the logo, I would say.
No, but this is the official PowerPoint which I have from us.
Shouldn't this on the first screen, on the title screen, be
We
just
know
black?
it is losing something on everyone's presentation.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
there
but
is-
the presentation will work, so fine. The message will convey. So
Of course it will.
that's
Thoughts and
course it will.
posters?
I've got one of them. I'll probably get them.
Get a few more.
In July 2005, I think, there were some terrorist attacks in London. But 2 buses got blown up.
Whoa, huge.
One of them was just down here.
Oh my god.
I think. Yeah.
Is it really?
No, it's that was all.
I like a lot of London. It looks like a really nice place to live. There is a nice mixture between buildings and some nice parks, small gardens, something which we're really missing in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Like currently in Sofia, they're trying, for example, if this is in Bulgaria, you will have a small complex of flats and building blocks here.
In it?
Yeah, you may have this for 20 years and then suddenly they will just give it away and somebody will come and they will start building here, which is really crazy. And I don't get why the city is not expanding and they're just trying to put everything in the small green places.
No, right, shame. In London, yeah. It's nice.
Yeah, and we have a lot of territory, like there is a lot of space. It doesn't make any sense. Just the mindset of the people, I think everybody wants to be in the center.
In the middle, yeah. So who's looking after Zara?
My mother and Svetlana.
And?
Svetlana, my husband.
Ah, okay. Is he?
Yeah. He's not very happy with me traveling so much. Moreover, he considers it not as work, but you're just going to drink there.
Oh. Lucy also has the same thing. But she knows. She knows it's work, but at the same time she also knows that I've got fun.
You're not hiding that you're
No, no,
having
no.
fun. How are the sandwiches? You wanna get some?
Really good.
For a little while.
Yeah, all good, mate. All good. Yeah. Not much changed very well. I think I might have had 2 children since I saw you.
Yeah, it's the last time I saw you was down at Ticketmaster.
19 was the last time we were doing these things, absolutely. I think it was, yeah.
Then the madness started and that was it. But it's now making people aware of online possibilities now. So
Indeed. If I recall, your interest is it's personal. It's not something you do for your work or your business.
No, it wasn't personal. It was basically it was personal development, but mainly doing stuff for community, but more or less UN community level, more or less to do with like community, trying to protect community from outside interference.
Okay.
But using cloud possibilities to enhance and assist them.
Okay.
That's basically it, really. A lot of people, they tend to get online bombardments.
Right.
And that's the problem that people face. They don't really want to bombard. They want to protect and to do what they want to do.
Okay.
That's it, really.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just finding solutions for that. Yeah, CloudStack is quite open source for that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm more or less Caribbean orientated. That's my niche market, really.
All right. Okay. So that's the community that you'll be looking to work with.
Yeah, because they everything is on everything is digital.
Right.
I mean that's the training ground to make you see what's really going on in regards to possibilities, really.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Very good. And how's it all going? I mean, are you making progress?
What's happening is they're more hungry in Europe. Europe is a bit, how should I say, it's a rat race here. There's so much different things going on here, competition. Over there, there's less of a competition. Once they have enhanced the trust, it's all based on trust, really.
Sure.
A lot of the people, I don't know.
Okay.
But once you can build trust in that, then it goes a long way, basically. That part of it's basically.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So that's it. So, I mean, I started going to CloudStack since 2016.
Okay. Yeah.
I started, 2007 actually. I started my journey into digital.
Okay. Do you use CloudStack at all? Have you
I used it once in a while, but now for that community, I mean, Apache is much more convenient than the others, and it's all about the trust, the loyalty, and that's where you really want basically.
Okay. All right.
Well, nice to see you guys.
Yeah.
It's still banging on there.
Oh yeah, going from strength to strength. It's all getting bigger and better. So lots more people using it, lots of people working with it, coding with it, developing it. So yeah, it's really good. It's in use with larger and larger organisations and people. Like you say, you mentioned trust there. Maybe it's becoming more and more of a trusted brand. People know it. It delivers what they want to do, and it's stable and robust. And yeah, really good.
Because I remember I was told by your competitor, the other one, but they do enterprise.
OpenStack.
This is you've got them there. They're enterprise
Open Nebula?
Yeah, but anyway, they just deal with on-premise and enterprise.
Okay.
But their community is quite large too, but they're more or less for enterprise based.
Okay.
But the only thing with them is there's a little bit of technicalities in it. Well, both of you got technicalities, but with Apache's CloudStack, they're more or less, it gives you the chance to flex in the environment and then adapt.
Okay, yeah, sure.
They don't do that in the enterprise side of things. So that's where you can see there's going to be a different way in the shift.
Okay.
Because you're probably looking for the mass, they're looking for the enterprise.
Okay.
You're looking for the mass. And there's a total difference in the mass. Just like Android and Apple.
Right.
Android is more or less the mass. And Apple is more or less exclusive for enterprise. So you're going to still get that balance.
Later. No, just drink, Jamie. And then people use it. Yeah, we're not going to book dinner.
But anyway, I'll speak to you later.
You coming to bed afterwards?
No, I've got to go to a next meeting.
Okay.
But I'll enjoy myself while I can.
Yeah, I think that's what. Yeah, it's just a pub. It's just a pub, is it? Yeah, we'll have to go on somewhere else for food. All right. Cheers, Jerry.
That was the
And some chocolate bars.
perfect.
Wido's good because he's got his own HDMI direct output. So where are we going, Jamie?
Yeah, it is called the boot.
The boot. It's just
an
a
8-minute.
It's a pub.
Yeah.
Is it cool?
Yeah, it's an 8-minute walk away.
Just share a pin or something.
Yeah.
Can you send it to me also on WhatsApp?
Good, going well.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think we've got many people watching the stream.
Yeah, but it will stay for the generations. Plus we will continue to do some marketing out of it.
I know.
Should I spread maybe these things on the chairs? Do you think that people will get it?
I think people will take it if they want to take it. I can almost force people to. Okay, how can I share that with this? Okay, so we come out of the building, go left. We go left, left again, and then second left.
Can we maybe just make it as a QR code somehow?
It's very organised, but there's only 20-something people. I can tell them the name.
Yeah.
Search it. Right, we should start.
They're great.
Yes. Yeah, I have few of them. So I need my own.
And I presume associated painting, decorating, flooring.
Yeah.
Nice.
I see you. So it turns out my first basic mention was a couch. I thought it was seated.
I did look at this. Thanks for reminding me.
What did you just choose? Yes, shortbread. He only just got a sandwich. Everybody's got HDMI on their laptop. You have it. Whose laptop? Yours. Has he got HDMI out? Sorry? Yeah, no, it's just the HDMI. No, everybody's got HDMI. All right. Yeah.
Same with Burlacu.
It's annoying now when people are home. You have to start on time.
Yeah.
All right, guys, welcome back. Jamie has secured us somewhere to go drinking later on. It's a pub called, and we haven't done anything clever like having a QR code for it. It's a pub called The Boot. If you want to find it on Google Maps, it's about 5 minutes walk around the corner. So next up, Wido.
Okay.
Over to you.
Yeah. Well, hope you had some good lunch. So I'm going to be talking with you about reusing old hardware within CloudStack and saving you money and saving the environment. So, because yeah, it's a hot topic nowadays, environmental things, but also, you know, saving money. Why shouldn't you do it? So before we get started, a bit about me for you who don't know me. Wido, I'm from the Netherlands. I got 2 kids, married with my wife. We had a photo shoot 2 weeks ago when our youngest one became 1, so I thought I'd put that picture in here. I've been active in the hosting industry since 2003, started my own company in 2004, which was acquired in 2018, and now that was rebranded to Your.Online, the whole group, and starting in March this year, the CTO position within the group was created, and I'm now CTO of this group. But I'm still an open source enthusiast, work a lot with Ceph, with CloudStack, IPv6. That's the stuff you'll see me doing online within open source communities, but also within our group. A bit about the group. We have businesses in Spain, France and Netherlands. We're now about 1 million customers, 600 employees. So I do travel around a lot between our offices, our locations. You might find some big brands. A recent acquisition was Gandhi in France, a big acquisition which we did in Paris. So I've been visiting our office in Paris quite often recently, which is also fun. But our brands use CloudStack a lot and open source a lot. And you'll see that in Amsterdam and in Valencia, we have 2 large deployments. And you know, I'm bringing out the voice of CloudStack within the company because we also have a focus on using open source technologies for building our infrastructure. But I must say, we also have VMware without CloudStack because yeah, it just came with the acquisitions we did. But yeah, as I said, Netherlands, Amsterdam, Haarlem. I was just talking with somebody who liked Haarlem. Well, we have CloudStack running in Haarlem, so another reason to go there. You know, it feels like being home when you go to that city. Now, we have hundreds of hypervisors with thousands of virtual machines running, mainly for our own infrastructure. We have customers renting VPSs, but the majority is running our own virtual machines for our own infrastructure, and that's our use case for CloudStack. But to run CloudStack, you need hardware. And I don't like throwing away functioning hardware. I think nobody does because it's a waste of money, it's a waste of resources, and waste of resources, you know, financial resources, but also resources from an ecological perspective. And we care about both. Actually, very interesting as well within the European Union. I know we're outside the European Union at the moment, but there's legislation coming up that by 2026, every company within the EU needs to start reporting on his CO2 emissions, indirect or direct. Even we as a company with our size, starting 2025, we need to start reporting about the amount of energy we use, how much CO2 we produced. And this goes further the coming years that you need to know the whole product life cycle if you're using services, what the impact, your environmental impact of your company is. So this is something to get prepared for, and this talk might get you interested. So you're using hardware and everybody tells you 5 years, that's old hardware, you need to discard it. Because that's what HP tells you, Dell tells you, Supermicro, or somebody else tells you. It's 5 years old, you need to replace it. And in financial, we deprecate hardware in 5 years. But is it truly end of life after 5 years? And if you ask some technicians, they'll say yes, because there's no longer any support on that hardware. And I find this kind of a lame and easy excuse to say it's no longer supported, discard it. But do you actually know what you're doing with discarding the hardware? I'll get to that in a moment. But when you say 5 years, I usually say they operate for about 4 years. So you acquire them, the moment you get the machines, that's when the support contract starts running, but it takes you about 6 months, you know, to get them unpacked, installed in the rack, do all the testing, installations, move the workload, and then afterwards, 6 months before they get of life, you start discarding them. So they have an actual lifespan of about 4 years, which is quite short. 4 years, did you know you were doing 4 years ago? It was just before Corona was getting started. You know, that's where you was with your life. And that feels like yesterday. Well, for me, it feels like yesterday. But if we're looking at environmental impact, you have a global warming potential. You have a carbon dioxide equivalent, which is usually called CO2 equivalent. And you also have a product carbon footprint. You might be asking yourself, we're at a CloudStack talk, right? When I'm talking about environmental stuff. I'll get there in a moment because these two are connected with each other. So let's go to a Dell server. You take a Dell server running for 4 years, operational with 24/7. This produces about 9 metric tons of CO2 emissions in its 4-year lifetime. Well, you can calculate how many kilometers or miles you can drive your car for just a single machine. And I was quite stunned when I was looking up these numbers and doing some investigation. I did this research for a recent Cephalacon conference together with another company, and I took these numbers. We just took this from Dell, from the life cycle assessment from Dell, and then you just add some SSDs in there and you'll get the total impact which a single machine makes. Dell has this life cycle assessment. This is from a newer generation, but you can see that the manufacturing process would be a realistic machine you could use with LinStore with 8 times 3.4 terabyte locally, ZFS on there, use DRBD. This could be a proper hypervisor you would be using within a CloudStack environment. Actually, 12 times 32 gigs, you might even put in more memory on that machine. So the total impact for that machine would even be higher.
As a percentage, do you think that would be use and manufacture, or would you
throw
out that 8.6?
8.6, I'll get there in a moment. That's my next slide. So we looked into this. Then at a 4-year life cycle, it's about 50-50. So manufacturing is 50%, and then the influence, that's how you run it the longer you run it. So if you start running a machine for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, the manufacturing becomes less of a percentage because electricity takes over. Now, so this is our part of influence, keeping the machine running. This is the part we do not have any influence, manufacturing of the machine. But how's that built up? Taking that Dell machine I just shown you, 80% is SSD, which is the worst of manufacturing for our machines. Because the machine itself is just metal, some plastic, then there's the motherboard, which is mainly plastic and some components. But I was also quite surprised to find this out that SSDs have a very high environmental impact when producing them. Creating those chips for the SSDs, they're very tight and compact chips, super CO2 intensive to produce them. And especially if you have machines with more and more SSDs in there, the impact might even go over the 80% of a single machine. So we don't have a lot of influence there, but it is quite interesting to see that there is a very high impact with hardware. Now the other 50% does depend on the country which you're in. So I looked at the European Environmental Agency. They have these statistics about how countries actually, how much kilowatt hour, how much CO2 emissions you get from a kilowatt hour. Well, the Netherlands is not doing very well, my home country, but you can check this on the European website where you can see. So it might vary per country where you are, depending on the emissions. So France is doing much better because they have a lot of nuclear power. Germany, Netherlands, we still have a lot of coal-fired plants, so that's a high impact on CO2. So using refurbished machines is a no-go, right? Everybody tells you need to buy new machines. None of the technicians would ever say, yeah, let's buy refurbished because it's better for the environment. No, they usually say, I want new machines. I want the new shiny stuff with the newest features, newest CPUs, because that's what I want. That's the most interesting, because we probably never think about the environment and impact of a new machine. But my personal experience has told me that sometimes using older machines from 2-3 years older, they are actually more stable, more reliable than buying new machines. You have somebody else doing all the battle testing of the software, of the firmware, the BIOS, everything, microcode for the CPU. It has all been tested by somebody else and not your production environment. And you save 50% on the CO2 equivalent because you simply skip the manufacturing of that machine. And it's also a significant reduction on your CAPEX, your capital expenses of your company. You can usually see it about 50 to 30% or 30 to 50% depending on what you want to buy. So this was a CloudStack talk, right? Let's switch to the CloudStack stuff. What does it have to do with CloudStack? Well, you can do some very interesting things with CloudStack with the host tagging and service offerings. And I'm going to tell you a bit on how we did this and how we are using CloudStack this way. Tag your hosts with, and then target those hosts with your service offerings. So you can create different categories for different performance applications of your host and your service offerings. We acquire a lot of companies. We acquired about 42 companies in the last few years. So we have a lot of hardware coming from those companies. And it would be very easy to say, let's just buy new hardware, move all the resources, and then just get rid of all the old hardware. But is it always really needed? Not per se. So it's a win-win situation again. It's a financial incentive to keep using old hardware, but also an environmental win to keep using it. So we have a lot of generations of the Intel Xeon, the E5, the version 4 and version 3, so the broad one as well, scalable, and then the AMD EPYC, a couple of generations. We're not using the newest generation yet in the environment. So what did we do with our service offerings? We created tiers within the service offerings. So the tier 1, the fastest VMs, they are going to be using the latest generation hardware. So the host will be tagged with the tag T1. Then we have a subcategory, AMD EPYC or Xeon Scalable T1A, T1B, because it's tier 1A and tier 1B. If you want to create a service offering which specifically targets AMD EPYC because you really, really, really want that, you can then target T1A. Same goes for the Scalable. And then we have a couple of tiers. We go into 3 at the moment. You might even introduce more. You go to C or D at a subcategory, but we create these generations of.
Do you retag each year?
Well, we started with this about 9 months ago, so we haven't started retagging yet. But it could be that we say in tier 1 we're going to be removing the Gen 1 AMD EPYCs and then introducing Gen 3 AMD EPYCs, just getting those machines in with those tags and then slowly getting just removing the tags from the existing hypervisors and then migrate the resources if needed. But that is the plan indeed, to start retagging at some point, yeah. But I wanted to find a solution where we could use the hardware still properly use the hardware and leverage CloudStack to make sure that we have applications running on guaranteed sets of hardware. So guaranteed, I mean CPU feature-wise, guaranteed on the same sets of hardware, but making sure we could use the different generations of hardware.
Do you make it clear to your users what they're getting in each tier, or do you just call them tier 1, 2, 3, 4?
We're not making it clear to everybody what exactly.
They don't know. They don't
no,
know.
not always. No.
They know 1's better than 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you might be talking to about end customers, but we also have a lot of internal consumers. Talking about internal consumers, they would always say, I want AMD EPYC. That's what they will always say. I want the fastest CPU out there. If you start benchmarking, you'll find that many applications do not really benefit from always having the fastest CPU. And you can do some synthetic benchmarking, and it might show that you'll have a 10-15% gain, but if you look at overall real-world performance, many more things influence the performance of the end application. So just not being, I would say, honest, but not telling everybody. It's not always needed to tell everybody what they're really getting, as long as the end service is delivered the way it should be delivered. So that's what counts. So indeed, we have the T1 performance service offering. It simply targets hosts with the tag T1, and it could either be the AMD EPYC or the Intel Xeon Scalable. And yeah, we might be reviewing every year, Dan, to see if this is still fit to be in the tier 1, yes or no, or it needs to move to tier 2. Now there's a thing about this is that we say, usually high performance websites or the e-commerce, they run on tier 1. Back office applications can run on tier 2, but spam filters, they can run on tier 2 and tier 3. It doesn't matter if an email takes 2 or 3 seconds more to be delivered, while running on tier 3, and tier 1 could have done it a few seconds faster. Nobody really cares about that delivery time of the email, because it's asynchronous anyway. If it would be minutes of delay, it's a problem, but even 5 to 10 seconds of difference, it's not a really big deal of delivery of the emails. So we can really use the previous generations of hardware by using them for other applications than just the end user serving. And there's many other things you can use you can think about which can run on older generations of hardware and don't really require the newest one. So we try to use hardware as long as possible within our data centers. But in the end, the uptime of the services is something which of course needs to be okay. So of course we monitor the hardware with Zabbix. We do all kinds of stuff, getting metrics out of them, making sure it still works. We update them to the latest BIOSes, latest operating systems, so they're updated and they need to deliver reliably. But we've seen recently actually that a lot of the modern machines fail more, a lot more, than the older machines do. I don't know what's been happening for the last 2 years, but Dell and Supermicro, we have a lot of issues with the recent machines. We're not sure yet what it is, but that's something maybe.
Do you take into consideration the kilowatt hour per performance, the power usage?
No.
Because sometimes we are using refurbished hardware for years now, and we're totally fine with that. We counter the support argument with we're just buying code standbys and we have the hardware there if needed, and it's much less expensive than buying support. But we did some calculation, and sometimes it makes sense to get newer hardware because of the power consumption per performance.
Yeah.
Because kilowatt hour in Germany is so much expensive.
I do agree, things have changed a bit, but if you go back to the 50% of influence, the new hardware might save you 20% maybe on performance of kilowatt hours. It doesn't really offset the CO2, so it's something else. We always take the financial things into consideration, but do we maybe also need to take into account the other, the environmental impact of getting new hardware? And this is not about telling you what you need to do. I just want to bring some insights into these numbers. It's something to take into consideration when you say, shall we replace these servers? It's an interesting fact to know. I've taken one of our data centers as an example in Amsterdam. So we have a rack with, in the Epic Gen 1, the Supermicros, and then all that stuff you can read it yourself. We make sure that we have the same types of hardware in the same rack. So it's not a mixture of different hardware, so one rack is identical with hardware. It's one cluster inside CloudStack. So we know that a single cluster always has the same resources, the same performance characteristics as the others ones we have. We're usually limited to 5 kilowatts per rack, so that's why you might see 11 to 18 machines in a rack while they're bigger. It's just a power restriction in the racks. So that's why it's usually 6 kilowatts is theoretical, but then 5 kilowatts practical, what you can use in the rack. Now, things you need to take into consideration within LibVirt or the CloudStack agent is making sure it programs LibVirt properly, setting the right CPU model. So you might set AMD Epic IBPB, I don't know what the acronym is anymore, but that's something within LibVirt. Or set it to the Broadwell IBRS, making sure that the CPU flags match. You can do live migrations between those hosts. If you do not set this, then even the slightest change within the CPUs could also prevent you from doing a live migration. So make sure you actually set this properly. And then it's the HDMI, which is not the best. Some of the racks, so we try to keep the hardware exactly the same in the rack. So these are some Dell machines. These are also some Dell machines, but different types of hardware, but identical hardware in the same rack. Now, interesting what you said about the kilowatt hours. I was thinking about putting a slide in there. Is that let's go back, with us as engineers. It might be interesting for the project for CloudStack to at some point figure out whenever somebody opens a pull request and our whole CI/CD starts running, and somebody says, please retest this single line of commit, and we start building CloudStack completely. What is the impact of a single user telling the CI/CD to do a complete build and packages and testing, whole test suite of CloudStack? What's the impact? I don't know. I know what the impact is, but it's quite interesting that we are going to this continuous development, and we hold the CI/CD running in all these companies, just firing containers and doing a complete build and discarding it again when they do one line of change. So how much has the impact become of development and GitHub with the CI/CD or GitLab running internally with somebody? I don't know, but I think it's quite an interesting thing to think about, how much of an impact environmentally it has on electricity consumption. If we can calculate how many kilowatt hours are being used for a single CI/CD job, and I think it goes beyond the kilowatt hour, you can actually figure out how much CO2 we actually emit from changing a single commit or single line, which might even be a comment, and we do complete build and testing. And I think nobody's really doing this, or maybe it's time to get these conversations started. But it is an impact. And again, this is
Can I suggest that it's not only CI/CD, it's all kinds of workloads would benefit from power metering?
I think, yeah, and I think this European legislation will at some point also make it mandatory for companies to start looking into this. But CI/CD, because it's pretty close to open source projects, we don't think about it. We just say to the CI/CD, do a test for me, and machines start crunching somewhere, and you get a result, and you're like, I made a parse error, there's a compile error, I made a mistake, run it again, run it again. Yeah.
It's like trying to teach teenagers to turn the lights off.
Yeah, yeah. So, but you know, what's worse, keeping the lights on in house for a night, or running one CI/CD job for CloudStack? I honestly don't know, but I kind of guess that leaving the lights on is better than running that single CI/CD job. I kind of have that.
If you're using old
Yeah, an LED. I know. But this is with this talks I'm trying to create a bit of awareness of that, and this is mainly the message I wanna give. Is this one? So, hardware production has a significant impact on the environment. It is usually not known. It's underestimated. It has a significant impact. Older hardware can be used, and please make sure that when somebody tells you, no, you need to discard it after 5 years, it's old, or somebody says we need to buy new, think twice. Please think twice before you make a decision to discard hardware, to throw it away. Sometimes just upgrading everything to the latest versions of the firmwares, everything, dusting them off, putting them in a rack again, recabling, just making it look nice and shiny, and it's good to go again. So think twice before you replace hardware, because it has a significant impact, and by reusing the hardware, actually your CO2 budget is not impacted, and it's probably also good for the financial for the company. So that's mainly the thing I wanted to convey, and everybody started thinking about it. So it's not something you need to do. Think about it, start thinking about it, and have a talk about this at the office with your colleagues. And that was mainly it.
Any more questions, Wido?
What do you do when you're adding capacity? Do you go out and buy a load refurbished and a load new, or just new, and then everything has to shuffle down?
We buy refurbished, and we buy new. So depending on which cluster is getting short on resources, we might expand that cluster, or then build a new cluster with the same resources, depending on where the workload requirements are. But we do buy a lot of refurbished hardware.
Do you have a problem with the reliability of it? Because 90-something% of problems we have in CloudStack is a DIMM going bad in old hardware and crashing the thing.
No, we have a good supplier which does the testing for us before we receive it, and I must say that they're doing a really good job. Recently, as I just said, we have been seeing, and recently I mean in the last 2 years, much more problems with newer delivered hardware, and I mean major problems with new hardware. We would send 30% back to Dell again because it was just broken, dead on arrival, than compared with refurbished. So I think it really depends on your personal experience.
In your experience, what is the lifetime of an SSD?
An SSD.
SSD, sorry, yeah.
I see them fail earlier than actually the wear level indicators says they should fail. So sometimes they just die. But yeah, we have SSDs which have been running for 5, 6 years, 7 years, and others die within 6 months. So I wouldn't say they are much more reliable than hard drives.
Did you take that into account in the 80% you just showed?
No, that's just the manufacturing. So that's just manufacturing the machine.
So that's assuming the whole machine runs for 4 years minimum.
Yeah. If you start replacing SSDs in the middle, your impact will be even worse from the manufacturing perspective. Yeah.
What's your oldest machine now in production, would you say?
7 to 8 years.
Okay.
And routers to switches go even up to 10 years. Or even beyond 10 years. Yeah.
On the networking side, do you keep it homogeneous across all the tiers or different bandwidths?
So usually if we would go to this 25 gig, 10 gig, 25, 25, 25, 10 gig, 10 gig. So the top of rack would run 10 gig, and if it's a 25 gig, then the uplink to the spine would be 100 gig. Otherwise, the uplink would be 40 gig, because that's depending on the chipset and the switches. And networking wise, we're using VXLAN everywhere with BGP and EVPN. So in theory, any VM can run on any of the nodes, because BGP will just make sure you can start the VM there. And we're using Ceph storage. The Ceph storage is not connected to a single cluster, it's a zone-wide storage. It's routable, reachable by every hypervisor, so any VM can run anywhere. So I recommend you watching one of my talks about VXLAN and EVPN, because that's a great combination with CloudStack. Yeah, one more question.
You mentioned previously about the carbon footprint. What's the difference between a refurbished product and a new one? How would you evaluate the difference?
Well, if I get your question right, the difference between a new and from an efficiency perspective is difficult, but of course if you buy refurbished, it has been produced already, so you're giving it a second life instead of discarding it, going through the shredder, because that's what happens a lot of times with the hardware. So there, of course, the impact is 100%, because it's manufactured or not manufactured. From efficiency perspective, it's a difficult calculation. But then what is efficiency? You need to determine that at first.
Just to add to that, so for example, you mentioned that 80% of the manufacturing cost of a new hardware is the SSDs. But when you're buying a refurbished server, I'm assuming you will put with new SSDs or disks in it.
Not always.
Wouldn't that?
No, I know. If you buy new SSDs in a refurbished machine, the impact is of course very different, because the SSDs have a high impact. But we very often you get back SSDs which still have a proper lifetime, which still can be used.
Yeah, but that's basically if you want to make sure that you have the reliability, and you say we want to make sure that this server that I'm buying has, or basically we want to make sure that these servers has a specific SSD, because we use that SSD all across the cluster. That, like, what's the difference there on, like, is it like that 20% manufacturing difference?
I haven't gone that far with the calculations, and I must say, of course, we also buy new hardware, and a lot of stuff goes into tier 1. But for example, these machines, the older Dells, they are using a per controller with SATA SSDs, and there might be a mixture of Samsung and Intel in there running a RAID 6 environment, and we really don't care that much. Performance is fine. They can do 10,000 IOPS on that controller, which is sufficient for most applications running on there. It's a lot of time local storage. So there's a lot of variables involved in here, and this is mainly about awareness, not about knowing all the numbers, but you can look up this, as I said, this life cycle assessment from Dell. Dell is really good with this. You can get them from all their machines, and you just get a glimpse of the impact of a single machine has. So again, the message is mainly think about before you buy new hardware. That's the main message. There was also one more remark at the. Yeah.
Up to the. So if I buy a new server, and I pay the cost of manufacturing, the kind of environmental cost of manufacturing. When I retire that server, and instead of shredding it, I sell it on the second-hand market.
That's of course the best thing you can. That's the best thing you can do. Yeah.
But then you say, when you buy a server, you assume that the manufacturing cost is zero. So I'm wondering, like, who gets to claim the benefit of it?
Yeah. If you share it, yeah, you share it. And but you could also view it otherwise, is that instead of buying new hardware every 5 years, give it a bit of longer life cycle.
Yeah.
Use it for 6 years, for 7 years. Yeah. That has a major impact. And then again, Sven, you said, of course, about the efficiency of the CPU, modern CPU. So there's a lot of things taken into consideration there. But manufacturing has a high impact. So every year it runs longer, That's better than producing something new. And this goes against what manufacturers want, because our economy says they need to sell boxes as soon as possible. So they want you, and this is not a evil conspiracy, but this is how businesses work. They want to sell, so they want you to replace hardware every 3 years. Yeah, make your own calculations and just mainly saying, take it into consideration when replacing hardware.
And some of that stuff with the legislation that's coming along, you might end up with a lot of that will get quantified in terms of the write down of the carbon, just like financially how you write things down.
Yeah.
That will all get laid out because companies will be taxed for carbon in a few years' time.
Yeah,
It's inevitable, right?
I've been reading into this EU legislation, but it's hundreds of pages. But indeed, it will go at some point that you need to have a complete analysis of your your chain, where you buy something, what the impact is, the life cycle, and then when it leaves your company again, even if you're delivering services. But then we're looking at 2028, 2029 when it comes into action. But this is upcoming.
So, question from an EU perspective: what is the regulation like for how you can strip the drive of data and then be able to sell it without running into a compliance problem? Because in the US we can't do that. We have to pull the drives and discard them and crush them.
This is of course a GDPR thing. Honestly, I'm not a real expert on that part. I would say if it's encrypted and it's erased again there's of course those drives can also run secure erases themselves.
The problem we have in the States is the regulation's 20 years behind reality, and so it shouldn't surprise anyone here. But so we have a problem with the auditors where they say you cannot sell drives. So we literally used to have just pallets and pallets and pallets of drives.
Okay.
Now we have the same problem in Germany. We have customers which are demanding to shred the drives. It doesn't matter how old they are because of GDPR, and they want to be 100% sure to be in line with that.
Yeah, but the question then is, of course, is it really GDPR requiring it, or is the mindset of the customer?
Misunderstanding.
Yes, that's the thing. Because if it's LUX encrypted, good luck with getting any data from that drive. Yeah. But that's us technicians, right? So again, I'm going over time, so I'll leave it with that. Again, it's awareness. It's not telling you what to do.
Thank you, Wido. All right, 5-minute turnaround, and then you're up, Alex. I'm going to ask the chap who see you now. What uses the most carbon? Running this pipeline in CloudStack CI, or 3-bedroom tech. Ask ChatGPT. I mean, there's no way it will have an updated.
No, but it is something which,
we're going to calculate it.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
This thing about this I didn't know. It's huge by
deal with credits.
And I wasn't aware of this either, but then I read into this and started looking into it.
Are there trees, plants, and properties, and we use satellite technology to determine
the thing I also read into with employees, if I said, yes, I want to use this longer. You might have an argument back from increasing. I just need to so we don't want to, you want to save money. But when you also approach it from a different way, you can say,
where's the
and you need to comply with the regulation anyway.
Jimmy, do I need the microphone?
No, it's fine. Just keep it that.
Just keep it. Yeah. Someone left.
Sorry?
Someone left this adapter here.
Oh, that's Giles. Yeah.
Thanks. Keep it running because manufacturing a new car.
No, but we started using refurbishment because of the cost. But now we swap it, and I think 80% of all hardware.
Yeah.
You're not buying new switches.
Almost ready to go.
I don't think you need to forget about extending and duplicating, do you?
Pardon?
So you're extending your...
Yeah, I'm extending, yes.
Exactly. This is true.
Yep.
We're buying no support anymore.
No, but what I mean is the efficiency is a
We're
combination
just doing maintenance of the service for other customers from Frankfurt. Anyway,
calculations.
and we are having 2,000 servers on our
So do you use Jupyter for like to a new life application out? It's not
still have some UL.
Now we have, and then one is the application.
Oh, all right, I have one error.
Okay.
Right.
Starting
It's going to be some,
which is 25 gig and when the license expires,
All right. Let's get started.
It's like that the printer stops printing because the count of the pages is 1,000.
I'll just grab a few more people.
Yep. Because they declare a hardware is compliant, and then
Can you root them and stuff like that?
Right.
It's ridiculous. Never heard of it.
and Jupyter has the ID, you're replacing
Right.
I was just listening.
I'm giving up trying to get everybody in the room because as soon as I pull somebody in, then somebody goes out the other door.
Yeah, it's
so
like huddling cats.
just get started. So up next is Alex. He's going to be talking about some of the new stuff in 4.18 in a little bit more detail than I did, specifically around the Tungsten stuff. So welcome, Alex.
Thank you. So I'm Alex Mattioli, cloud architect at ShapeBlue, been some 30 plus years in technology, work in all kinds of fields of IT, and been involved with CloudStack for about 10 years, built a quite large global cloud. I'll be talking about this new integration, Tungsten Fabric with CloudStack that came out in 4.18 for core and edge zones, but in this case, edge zones are not the new construct, are just the idea of remote zones, really small hardware. But soon we should be able to use Tungsten Fabric with CloudStack edge zones as well. So with this integration, I've been involved after the integration was done, been testing, documenting, and trying to see what I can build with that. So for this presentation, I have a small POC that I did part of my own home lab and ShapeBlue lab using Tungsten Fabric with 4.18 and a little bit of 4.18.1. So I have 4 zones, just standard CloudStack zones. One's core, the other 3 edge zones. Those were originally located actually in these places, but I rebuilt all in lab because of some bandwidth issues. And I want to get to this solution where I can route any traffic from networks from the edge to the core and just HTTP and ICMP between edge nodes. This is nothing new. Everyone builds solutions like that. But the problem is you couldn't do that with isolated networks. With VPCs, IPsec, that doesn't scale that well. Is a quadratic problem to do a full mesh. I highlight there 450 nodes because I worked on a project that needed a full mesh of 450 nodes, and that's 100,000 tunnels. You can do that to some commercial SD-WAN solutions, but very, very expensive. So what's the solution now? Open source cloud orchestration with open source software-defined networking, Tungsten Fabric and CloudStack. So we'll talk a bit about this integration. First, thanks to Samuela, who is here, working together with Sven Vogel, got some developers together, and us as ShapeBlue got involved later on. Many of my colleagues helped quite a bit with this, and we'll all continue working on this integration. What's Tungsten Fabric? Tungsten Fabric started as Contrail at Juniper, became Open Contrail, then Tungsten Fabric, which now is managed by the Linux Foundation, same history as CloudStack, became fully open source. It has a very large community, is used in production in many places. It's very tried and tested technology. It historically integrations with Kubernetes, OpenStack, VMware, and now finally CloudStack. How does it work? The orchestrator, in our case CloudStack, pushes to the Tungsten Fabric controller policy definitions, how I want traffic from network A to go to network B. And that's enforced in the hardware level directly in the kernel. So you don't have a virtual router VM that works directly in the kernel. And the logical view there, you have blue and red networks. Those are actual independent VRFs. For those who don't really know what VRFs are, puts very simply, those are layer 3 analog of VLANs. And everything is VRF based on Tungsten Fabric and most SDN solutions. Another view of that, you have there your virtual networks, connectivity between them, certain ports here and there, and physically that's all controlled. That goes through your underlay. Is all programmed in the kernel module. Typically, is a kernel vrouter in your KVM host. It has other options, but vast majority of cases is just a kernel module. And that's how I actually built this environment. Tungsten Fabric itself is all microservices, runs in containers. It's very, very scalable. You can choose where you want to run your UI, database, everything. Now let's see how to deploy a Tungsten zone in CloudStack. I could have done this as a live demo, but as Giles has proven earlier, live demos don't always work, and it'll be just too much clicking around. But I have this environment ready. Anyone who wants to see it later, just let me know, can show over a beer. In CloudStack, we have that global setting to enable Tungsten. If you don't enable it, most things still work. At the very end, it fails. So remember to enable it, and just gotta say, it's a few hours of my life I'll never get back. There's new network services, Tungsten, just like all the other network providers, and the full offering. We create a zone, advanced zone, as we want layer 2 segregation. In this case, it's actually layer 3 segregation, but it's the advanced zone. We have a new isolation method. Tungsten Fabric is at the very bottom of the list. And for your traffic types, they work the same. You just select which interface. The way Tungsten Fabric works, you present to it ETH 0 or bond 0. In this case, I use just one single interface in my hypervisor, no bridges, nothing. And Tungsten itself creates this VHOST0 interface that's bound to your physical interface. So all my traffic labels are VHOST0. So very, very easy to set up. When you have a Tungsten enabled zone, you have this new page that Giles showed before. The provider name, you can enter whatever you want. The host name, that's your actual provider. And you can have one for all your zones or one per zone, depends on your network topology. But in this case, it's just one fabric for all my zones, and that's how most service providers would run that.
that gateway that's mandatory in the UI, but not in reality. That's just how the integration was created. That's for a virtual gateway to go between the fabric and your external networks. In this case, I'm using BGP, so that gateway, I can just place an IP that will not get used. I create my public range with no VLANs. The isolation will be in VRFs. Same for the pod management. The rest of the wizard is just the same, primary, secondary storage, etc. At the very end, you can see that is creating Tungsten Fabric public network and also the management network, which are created in the fabric. That's in the Tungsten UI, my management public, so you don't need to create upstream gateways for those networks. Tungsten will take care of that. One caveat, if using BGP or what Tungsten calls gateway-less setup in your public network, you need to enable IP fabric forwarding. So your traffic goes from your overlays and out through your underlays and any external networks. So back to my 4 zones, I want to create my networks now. I just create them as isolated networks using the Tungsten offering. It's important now that these seeders are different. These isolated networks won't be that isolated anymore. That name is getting a bit old. Create a network in each of my zones with a different gateway, different seeder. Have all my networks there in place with isolation method Tungsten Fabric, and on the Tungsten UI I can see my networks there, and the integration applies certain network policies already to those networks. So far I have this. I have one network per zone, and the routing out to the internet still goes through SourceNet. Tungsten Fabric also implements that. Deploy my VMs, that's nothing new there, so nothing to show. Those VMs just to see how the traffic can be steered between those networks. And then I need to create network policies. In Tungsten Fabric, as I mentioned, each network is its own VRF. There you have red and green VRF. Traffic's tunneled through hypervisors using MPLS over GRE or UDP, VXLAN. Tungsten chooses whatever works better at a certain moment. In CloudStack, in networks, we have that new tab, Tungsten Fabric, with list of providers. In this case, all my providers are the same, so if you click in any of them, you'll just get to the same provider, but it could be different ones as well. There just shows the details of my provider, but this is where it gets interesting. There's lots of functionality there, and to talk about all of this, I'll need at least 10 hours. So I'll focus just on network policies right now. I create a new policy, just called routing policy. Not more than that. And on the network itself, there's a new tab, network policy, that you attach your network to a policy. So you basically turn in that quadratic problem into a linear one, way less overhead. Same for all my other networks. They are all now in the same policy. In the Tungsten UI, I can see that all my guest networks connected to that policy. So far, the policy doesn't do anything. The policy needs rules to know how to steer the traffic. So next, I will create the rules. I can create rules between source and destination seeders or networks. There's a very peculiar naming format there, not very user-friendly, something I expect to change in the future. But there I'm basically creating a policy to allow all traffic between my Prague network and my Sofia network, that just any bidirectional. But it can be any port of any protocol, can be between network ranges or anything. I create then the same policy for my other edge zones back to the core, and they are there created in Tungsten Fabric. And I get to this. I can pass any traffic between my edge sites and my core sites. So any sensor data or the control plane back, camera, any IoT services going back to the core. And now I want to allow the traffic between my edge sites. So I create the same rules, allowing ICMP, HTTP, allowing ICMP just for monitoring, HTTP maybe for object storage, replication, something like that. I have all my rules there in Tungsten Fabric, and I can have way more rules, and I can simplify this. This scales from 3, 4 zones to hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Depends on how you create these rules, and it's much simpler to create this than any kind of VPN. Before the policy, my VM in Prague could not reach my VM in here, and after the policy, it pings, just as if it were connected to the same router, because it is actually connected to the same logical router going through the kernel directly. There's no CloudStack virtual router anywhere, which also means that it scales as your hypervisor infrastructure scale. The more hypervisor you have, the more routing capacity you have. And the traffic between my zones, my networks in the zones go through this overlay. But out to the internet still goes locally, so there's no need to backhaul traffic to a central site. And that's how I get to this solution. So have my source NAT in each zone, HTTP, ICMP between my edge zones, and any traffic between edge and core. So the steps for that were just deploy the zones with Tungsten Fabric, isolation, create my networks, deploy my VMs, create my rules from edge to core, and create my rules between the edge sites. Now let's see how this looks in Tungsten Fabric, a little under the hood of Tungsten. Tungsten makes this nice diagram, which looks pretty much like mine. You can click there and see the bandwidth and everything. List of network instances, interfaces. You can get a lot of metrics there. You can see exactly the flow from point A to point B, which is very important for monitoring, compliance, all kinds of things. You can enable QoS, logging, mirroring in any network. Those are things which are not integrated in CloudStack yet, but you can go and enable directly in Tungsten Fabric. How does it do this connectivity? Overlays. So it does layer 2 and layer 3. For layer 2, it uses VXLAN. For layer 3 MPLS over UDP or GRE, you just place a priority order and Tungsten will choose what works better. You can set up BGP peering directly from the Tungsten controller. And before anyone asks, you can also use that for your management plane, especially useful for edge sites. You can deploy your Fabric, your KVM hypervisor, then deploy your CloudStack management server, database, etc. in that Fabric, and then use the same Fabric for your zones. That just makes it much easier to connect all your hypervisors to your management server. That's how I built this solution, just over the internet, using the internet itself as the underlay. I had to go pretty low MTU though. So the integration itself, what has been integrated and what hasn't. In the classic UI for isolated networks, nothing changes. Same user experience, great networks, port forwarding, load balancing, with the caveat that you need a public IP for each service just because of how Tungsten Fabric works. But also because of how it works, that's less of a problem. And on the Tungsten tab, you have lots that you can do from there. You can create all kinds of steering policies with service chaining, all kinds of stuff. And there's lots of interesting features in Tungsten Fabric that haven't been integrated yet. I highlight a few that I find personally very interesting. You can do EVPNs, QoS, service chaining. You can just tell Tungsten Fabric that to go from VM A to VM B, or the set of VMs to the set of VMs, you have to pass through the set of firewalls. And if the traffic's a different port, passes through this IP SIDS, you can just steer traffic in any way you want. You can have BGP as a service for each isolated network running their own BGP session, which is quite interesting as well. And I'm sure there are lots more features that I just haven't found yet. These are some enhancements that come to mind in the integration. So far, the isolated network, it is created for your domain. The other features are only on the root domain, so that's something that need to work on at some point. IPv6 support. Tungsten supports VMware. I'm still not sure if that makes perfect sense, but there's lots that we can add to this integration. So how is that set up in CloudStack? Requirements, not much on the hardware side, nothing new there, any old hypervisor will do. Connectivity, you just need IP. You need one network interface with one IP address, and that's all. All the traffic is gonna go on top of layer 3 anyway. We have tested with CentOS 7.6, Ubuntu 20, and Rocky. Did not manage to get to work with Ubuntu 22 yet. With 4.18, you can have one zone per fabric. There is a patch already to have multiple zones in same fabric, which is what I use here. And that should be available on 4.18.1. The KVM setup, very simple, no bridges, one interface. And this works fine in nested environments. It's very easy to run a proof of concept. So some of my zones were nested, some were not, and it works just fine. The deployment of Tungsten Fabric is all container-based as well. We have there, we just download the image. We have a public one. A colleague of mine, Wei, created a script to deploy everything in CentOS to take care of all the dependencies, and that took us a few weeks of brainstorming to get exactly each version of everything, but now we have this nice script. Then to deploy your fabric, you have these two Ansible playbooks, configure instances and install Contrail. And the key thing there is this instances YAML file that has the definition of your entire infrastructure. And we added there a HCS example file. There were example files for everything else, so we created one for CloudStack. There in the left, that's the sample file for CloudStack. On the right is the sample file. This is the actual file that I used for this environment. And after running that Ansible playbook, the controller node has all these containers, which here you see all those roles. You can also distribute them in many servers. You can scale that horizontally. You can deploy new ones later on as well. And on your KVM host, you have this vrouter agent that actually programs the flows in the kernel module. And I also have an environment ready to go to deploy all of this. So if anyone is interested checking that out later, just let me know. And that's it.
Live demo, eh?
Huh?
You can live demo it.
In the pub.
In the pub, where we can deny.
Playing the Wi-Fi.
Any questions? Any questions for Alex?
I got 2 questions.
Yes.
So IPv6 is on the roadmap. You kind of guessed this question for me, but do you know how far the code has been prepared for it? So when with development, did people think about it already, or is this going to be a major overhaul of the code?
Actually don't know that, so I just haven't tried IPv6 because now isolated networks support IPv6, so might be just a matter of creating an offering.
Yeah, because Tungsten Fabric supports it. I know
It does, absolutely does.
For years.
It shouldn't be much work. Simon can answer that better, probably.
We didn't test the use case, but it should work.
Yeah. Okay.
It should be very minor if something needs to be fixed. But as you said,
Yep.
you know, Tungsten supports it. So.
Yeah. And then my second question was regarding MTUs. This is always a problem, of course, when going over IPsec tunnels and going on the public internet, and you get MTU like 1480 within your tunnel. The same applies if you're using VXLAN. So you did your testing. I guess using the public internet as connections between those edge locations.
Yeah.
But does it do anything with setting the MTU, the VR, to something lower nowadays? Because that's a functionality in 4.18. Does it do it automatically yet?
That's a separate functionality. So here DVR is on the kernel module.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
So it just goes through the kernel. Yeah. I went down to 1420 just because I was going through firewalls back at home in Brazil.
It probably uses the MTU path discovery, right? That would be my guess.
I hope it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it actually does. Yes.
So
between 2 VRFs in the lab, it was going close to 9,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the encapsulation method as well. It decides what's better at the moment, UDP or GRE, which is quite interesting. And so far has been integrated for layer 3, but shouldn't be that much work to be able to create VPNs.
About software, will it run on Alma Linux?
On, sorry?
On Alma Linux.
We haven't tested that, but I don't see why not. It's just a matter of trying to run the playbooks.
It works on Rocky 8, so it should work on Alma 8 without a problem.
Yeah.
They're binary compatible, so.
Any more before the live demo? No? Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
All right, we've got final 10 minutes again now for the next talk.
Work it okay?
Yeah.
Cool. Did it make sense? Good in trend?
Kind of. How can I say? Very nice. Comes with a cognitive overhead.
I noticed one thing that I should have noticed as a brief, but there's an unnamed provider in there.
Which?
The Tungsten provider is basically the CloudStack Tungsten driver.
Yes.
But then the instances of the fabrics are also called provider.
Yes.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
I didn't
and
catch
then you
that
have
before.
The shows for each zone provider, but there's no provider. So there are some things to.
Yeah.
There's lots of things.
Как да му кажа на това нещо да ги дублира, а не да ги... Същия размер са. Различен е. Различен е фрешът. Няма значение. Идея е как да ги накарам... Мира, намерих че бос.
It seems obvious, and even if you go to like disregard the environmental stuff, the environmental impact. It seems obvious from a business perspective.
Трябва евентуално като почна да задава въпроси.
In your head, you have this thing.
The financial system has to replicate in 5 years, and that's supported is declared end of life. Then we have security policies will not allow to go down anything end of life.
Защото аз съм много лайкинг видео.
Мисля, че да ги убедиш, че есенцията на това, което искаме е вярна и техническата
Another aspect, so I worked in a data center for like a long time. So we were selling dedicated servers, collocations, etc. Another aspect to this is that you want to market that you're having the latest generation processor and get customers. It was one of the kind of main marketing things. So we always trying to get into for this purpose. But yeah, otherwise we were running the servers into the ground many times. They're not supported. I was like, what do you mean it's not supported? Well, they have hard drives run until it burns. I can replace half components.
One of our companies runs, they build their own data center, and he's not doing dedicated servers again. But what he does, he has this so he buys them first, and they go on sale, and they're sold out, and then he starts buying them in pallets from the service somewhere, and he can go on price with them, but still make a very good margin on it. You can see they're self-refurbished machines and dedicated servers, but in a month's time you'll not have the same offering from them as you had a month before.
That's similar to the Hexler thing if you're familiar with it. It's very good. There's a big provider of dedicated services and they sell like this their own services.
Колко минути имам да... Не, до началото. Остави тия неща, нищо да ме включи в тока за всеки случай. Не, няма.
Yes, pretty old. I mean, you'll be proud of us if you saw our machines around. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. I mean, for the CACD. Actually, it's not a great combination because not a lot of CACD owners on the kilowatt hungry.
You put a kilowatt hour in between the machines which are running the CICD, and then reset, run the CICD, and check how much energy was consumed for doing.
That's what I did at home because I'm really filling the pitch, but we should do this in this year. So maybe the power.
How much one build? How much energy is one build?
We should definitely. It's a fun exercise, and who knows, may become kind of mandatory in the future.
Everything is done. And it does DPDK with the current size, which is really so you can see the flow. I can see all the flow rules of each bucket.
I think one thing that would help. You hang around for a bit of you hang around for a bit
of course, it's the main social event from the quarter.
Because that's the biggest area for people.
Yes, it's
That's something that we are doing in a way, that's if that is ready for centers, it has a French for Rocky and 2020. We spend like 3 weeks like the right version of Ansible and that we got all of that. We want to publish Docker image for that.
Включи? Да. Текат някакви ботове тук. Текат. Не е ясно къде. Скопиш ми долу за това микрофончето.
more on storage, heavy on storage today. So everybody please welcome Boyan and Nikolai.
Hi guys, this time not storage. I'm from StorPool.
What will you ever talk about?
No. Right, so only like 3 or 4 slides so you know our background, context, and then we'll get into the meat of the matter. StorPool, company based in Sofia, Bulgaria, mostly, like about 50 people, 11 years old, founders owned now, so we used to have external investors but not anymore. Growing quite well, we're kind of pretty happy with where the business is going. Doing a primary storage platform for a number of cloud orchestration systems like OpenStack, CloudStack, OpenNebula, etc. What differentiates it, it's a parallel multi-node architecture. And we shouldn't get into much details, but after the talk, ask me what's the difference between this and something else you know. It's software only, hardware agnostic. It comes with this mindset of always on, non-disruptive, which a lot of other solutions don't. They simply don't have that mindset, and therefore they can't implement that mindset. It's linearly scalable. It's a block solution. It has some file capabilities. It's made for large scale and modern IT. Modern IT are environments where kind of things like dynamic provisioning and self-service are in effect. The ultimate performance and efficiency, and it has a good integration with CloudStack, and we're fairly active in the community. So our work with CloudStack is not just, you know, we wrote a plugin and we published it. You know, it goes a bit further. This is how the solution looks like. So, you know, a number of storage nodes on the bottom, each with SSDs and hard disk drives inside. And we attach KVM hypervisors, Linux bare metal servers, VMware hypervisors, and what we're interested here is CloudStack on top of KVM hypervisors, mostly. Our CloudStack integration is only for CloudStack KVM. We don't do anything with CloudStack VMware, CloudStack Zen Server. And here's the kind of the latest on the plugin, and with that I'll close. So it's the plugin has been upstream for about 1 year. It has been like out of tree for a number of years before that, many years before that. And features or things we worked on in the last year or so are storage-based snapshots for KVM, which work for all kinds of primary storage, not just StorPool. We worked on KVM I/O tuning, so things like I/O native, I/O threads in KVM. Then StorPool specific stuff. We are now able to expose multiple storage tiers to CloudStack as separate data stores. Previously, with CloudStack, KVM, and StorPool, you got one data store, and then the different performance tiers were mixed within that, and now we present them as separate data stores. And kind of associated with that, we do volume life migration of StorPool to StorPool different tiers. So you can take a volume that's on SSDs and you can tell it to go to hard drives, and without stopping the workload, it moves the data between the different volumes. You have this thing called partial zone wide. So especially during retrofit deployment where there is an existing set of, say, 100 hypervisors, and the new system is only deployed on a small number of these hypervisors, you need something smaller than a zone to control where a particular storage system is available and where it's not available, and that's something we did. We did multiple API endpoints for larger deployments which have multiple, call them building blocks, that don't have a good networking connectivity between them. We've done some work on kind of snapshots and remote snapshots and backup functionality, somewhat integrated with CloudStack, although not fully exposed through CloudStack yet. So, for example, we don't have a plugin for the backup API, but there is some data management and backup functionality under the hood. And there is a minor, kind of the current feature we're working on is a minor one, which is the kind of report usage and kind of usable space, use space. And then we have some things further down in the roadmap, which we can talk about separately from that. Now, this presentation has two parts, so three parts. One, what is StorPool and what I did just now. Then we're moving to kind of an introduction, what is continuous integration, what is third-party CI in maybe, 15 minutes or so. And then at the end, we have some details of what we think we should do with third-party CI in CloudStack.
Hi. What is continuous integration? I'm pretty sure that all of you know what's continuous integration, but I just need to start from somewhere. So, continuous integration is a software development practice to automate build, deployment, and tests of code and changes. It looks something like this. There is a new code. It goes to the build system, then go to the test system, then go to the deploy system. Of course, at any time, somewhere can occur some error, and the code, the changes returned back to developers. Please fix it, reforge it, so on. So for small or internal project, let's say 100 line of Python code, there is no CI integration, CI systems. But when the project grows, evolves, and especially like in CloudStack use, there is a third-party plugins and external developers, then the picture becomes more complex. One approach is QA and developers team to have their own CI system on-premise in their own lab. In our case, in StorPool, because our solution is hardware agnostic, we have a pretty large list with supported hardware components, more than 100. Yet, we can combine all this hardware in around 50 physical servers in our lab to test each new version with each hardware part that we need. But is this a good approach for CloudStack? Or third-party vendor CI system will be better? Let's see. Let's say that CloudStack will try to use the same approach as ours to keep everything in their environment. So they need one StorPool cluster, one other storage cluster, one other sound cluster, some application servers, more system switches, so on, a lot of hardware. And each time new vendor became to the community, new hardware. Each time new version of sound is on the market, new hardware. And hardware and hardware and hardware. Besides our work to support this hardware, there is also one question: who pays the bill for the electricity in the data center? So it's important. Alternative approach is each vendor to have its own CI system with his specific tests in its own environment, and when there is a change in code in CloudStack, the CloudStack build system informs our external CI systems. They decide, do they do this test, do they not? Make their test, respond, hopefully everything is okay, and then code change marked as acceptable. Still, human must decide at the end step, and there is a lot of details here that should be considered, but later we'll tell about this. So, and all these tests happens in parallel. There is no one first to test one, the second, the third, the fourth. All these tests can happen in parallel. What could be the benefits, additional benefits of this vendor CI system, vendor-based CI system? First, no more worries from changes. How to say? No more worries that someone somewhere will change something in the code and my plugin stop working. This is a CI system, tests are run, results are visible. Work or don't work. No more suspicions and assumptions. In the past we have seen such thing someone proposed a change, and few people responded like, as I see this code, this should maybe block something somewhere. With automated CI system, there is no need human to read the code and suggest what will happen. The CI system will say if this work or not. And if this is a built system, there is fast communication between vendors. If I see that change in some other vendor broke something in my functionality, I can directly talk to him. Please fix this, or let's say sit and consider what. There is no need to say to CloudStack, please tell to the vendor X to change something. Vendor X say, no, my code is good, let's StorPool fix there, and so on forward. And the good news here is that we see such system already working in other ecosystems. And the proposal, which...
So to summarize, we don't think it's viable to put every system that CloudStack is integrated with in a single place, right? We don't think that works. And alternative is what's called third-party CI or vendor CI. We've seen that approach work in OpenStack. We have a third-party CI system attached to OpenStack, and it works as an approach. And benefits are on both sides. So on one side, the vendor can more easily track upcoming changes in the upstream project, even before they're before the upstream project is released. So instead of waiting for the, say, release candidate and then checking if their stuff works, this feedback is earlier. And on the developer side, there is also benefit of every change they develop, they have early feedback if they broke something at the other end of the kind of things they didn't expect they would break. And in a complex project, it happens all the time. General approach, third party maintains a CI system for CloudStack with their own specifics in terms of, in our case, it will be CloudStack KVM with StorPool in the kind of one or several typical configurations that our customers use. All proposed changes to CloudStack are tested by the vendor. Feedback is provided back in the PR, so it is visible to the developer. Developer benefits from third-party CI because third-party CI gives them test coverage of different use cases and scenarios which they would otherwise wouldn't test. What I think, kind of a step further, I think we need to agree on a common way of connecting all these third-party CI systems, so we don't end up with a different approach with every such system. I think we should have a common set of tests that all third-party CI systems run, which you could call, smoke tests, basic tests, right? And then there might be optional extended tests which are specific to that specific environment. And we think there should be a common way of reporting feedback, providing feedback to the developer, because otherwise you end up in a situation where a developer gets feedback from, say, 3 third-party CI systems, and each one of them has a different way of calling the tests, for example. So they must be unified, otherwise the developer can't use the feedback. A test named something failed, and it doesn't mean anything to the developer. Implementations of the internals of the third-party CI system might be common, or they don't need to be common. It makes some sense for them to be similar, but they don't necessarily need to be similar. We think what's important is the interface, like how that third-party CI system connects to the, how does it provide feedback, etc. The set of tests. And this is what we intend to do. We'll continue maintaining our internal CI system for CloudStack KVM and StorPool. for as long as we have a working primary storage driver. This is a system we use internally to develop the driver. If kind of the project allows, we would build a third-party CI system and hook it up to the GitHub project of Apache CloudStack. What we're looking for in this talk and the discussion is an agreement of how to do this in a common way across vendors, so we don't end up with 4 different ways of doing it. We think kind of the interface and workflows are more important than, say, the internals of the CI system in this case. And I've also thought of, roadmap or, how an evolution of continuous integration in CloudStack would look like. Today we have stage 1, one vendor, ShapeBlue with Blue Orangutan, or I'm not aware if there's any other kind of working CI system connected to ACS, maybe not. Second stage, multiple vendors, say out StorPool, that use a common CI workflows, which we need to figure out what these are. And stage 3, making vendor CI mandatory for all vendors. The idea there is that if I'm making a change somewhere in the KVM block, say something in the agent, I need to have some confidence that that will not break SolidFire. I need some confidence that will not break LinStore, right? So instead of making the change and then someone from LinStore writing an angry email, why did you do that? This is going to break something for me. It hasn't happened, but it's an example scenario, right? We could get that feedback just as a result of a test, right?
So do you mentioned other projects where you already did it?
Yeah.
And do you have more explicit examples? And second part is, can you leverage these contexts for CloudStack?
Yeah. I want to add something very important here. I think it's important for us to take it one step at a time, walk before we run. I am not proposing that we make third-party CI mandatory today, right? The first step is add one more third-party CI system, which is StorPool. And we need to figure out what's the best way to do that, so we can keep growing after that. Our experience with third-party CI, we have Bisser, who will help with that. Bisser has worked and built large parts of our OpenStack third-party CI infrastructure. And you were asking, can we take some good examples of what works and what doesn't work from there? Yes, we can. And Bisser can share something, I guess. It's different. Sorry, they don't use GitHub. They use something else, but that's just these are details, not that important, I guess.
Yeah. So the idea is to apply the essence of what third-party CI systems do in OpenStack and not the concrete mechanics. The OpenStack project uses Garrett and Zool. CloudStack is on GitHub. The way we can make this work is if we want to go into the technical details, we want the guiding principles for the first iteration of this technical proposal is to make it as frictionless as possible for all participants. From the AFS GitHub repository maintainer point of view, this means to use GitHub apps to push events, PR events, to participate in third-party vendor systems. And from the point of view of third-party vendors,
they can quickly set up and get their system running. And from the point of view of developers, to not swamp them down with too much details about each system, third-party vendor CI system. That's why we're proposing at the beginning something basic, smoke tests. Does it work? Can you migrate the VM? Can you create the volume, etc. We can be as flexible as we want, but we suspect that starting small is better, and people will be more willing to participate.
What I mean, I'm sorry we didn't answer all my questions there, but what I mean, you have experience with this within the OpenStack community, right?
Yeah.
So, are you in contact with any vendors that are also vendor for CloudStack that you can, where you can leverage your cooperation that you have in OpenStack into the CloudStack community?
In terms of convincing the vendors that
In terms of having quick communications about how the technical implementation can be ported towards the GitHub Actions, for instance, if we decide to use GitHub Actions.
I don't know of anyone else interested in doing third-party CI for CloudStack. Except for
I think there are.
Are there other people interested in doing third-party CI?
It feels like you might be overthinking this a bit. Let's take the Burlacu test as being a trigger. You have a webhook into the CloudStack Git repo, filter for seeing that particular line, and then fire your CI/CD internally. You've already got Marvin that has smoke tests and integration tests. You pick whichever ones of those you want to run, and then from your original Git webhook, you know which thread in the PR is, and you just pump back whatever.
Exactly. So that's an example of how you can quickly put it together and get it to work. It's not that complex.
No.
But that gives Boyan the advantage of say he will know when there's a problem there, but you're missing out then on the opportunity to potentially report that back in.
No, because we push the same way as.
Okay. Yeah.
The same way
You
as,
would say
blue orangutan.
green orangutans fail.
Yeah, because
what is green orangutan exactly? So
the tests. So
it's exactly what we had in mind. I think Bissar has like a bit more details on that.
Yeah.
So adding an app to GitHub and in the same way blue orangutan is.
Yes. Why we think GitHub apps is the way to go. On a separate app per vendor is I've seen that GitHub is moving to the checks API, and for us to report against the AFS CloudStack repository, we would need GitHub app authentication. I haven't seen it done without having an app installed on the maintainer repository.
Feedback we got from I think Rohit, right, is that sounds like the right approach, but it may be hard to add another app there in the Apache CloudStack.
It's almost like you need a proxy.
A controller. Might be hard just in terms of who has admin rights to this repo and who would agree to adding that app, and then would they take any responsibility for this app breaking 2.5 years down the road?
I think you need to define a workflow in GitHub Actions that has a runner that is defined as running on your machine. And the runner part, how you implement it, I'm not sure, but it's
I don't know.
another runner than the standard Ubuntu GitHub hosted virtual machine.
And I don't know who would generate it, but if you have a GitHub token which only has whatever specific specific rights, which obviously doesn't include merge something or whatever else. Then you would just pass that.
The checks API requires
Exactly. So this is exactly the approach we had in mind. We were just told maybe it may be too hard to push through to do that or something. Might not be right. Might be wrong. Right. I don't know.
We thought about of having, so why I think why I thought an app for vendor was a good idea was because it seems straightforward, although you might have a lot of vendors. Maybe in the beginning a lot of administrative noise in the repository. This should stabilize. The second plan B was to have a webhook proxy, so you'd have probably 1 or 2 apps for all of the vendors. This proxy, this multiplexer would then, it would take the GitHub webhook event and push it to many CIs. It seems strange. It seems like using GitHub apps as they were meant to be used, how people are using them at the moment, one app for CI, is more straightforward. Otherwise, you're adding another moving component to the
So, couple of things I'd like to add. I have no idea if there will be anyone else other than StorPool interested in the third-party CI for CloudStack. We see the benefit, we've experienced this benefit with other kind of cloud orchestrations, and we want to do this. We'll kind of spend the effort to do our part. Maybe the part we're overthinking is thinking that we'll pollute that space and there will be 10 third-party CI apps there. I don't believe that actually.
It's a theoretical issue.
Yeah,
but is it
start with one, I guess. The other thing I wanted to mention is one kind of negative experience from OpenStack is that there is a lot of third-party CI which is not well maintained. So they start with the best intentions and then it stops working and starts kind of returning false feedback. Say 3 of 10 tests failed and there is no reason for them to fail. It's just because of a bug or disrepair, not good maintenance of the CI system. So kind of a future maintenance task is once something like this stops working, it should be removed so it doesn't pollute the
But that's phase 3, right?
No, even if it's just one, even if say StorPool for some reason doesn't maintain their third-party CI system well,
yeah, but
1.5 years.
putting a rule in place for the third-party vendors, that's phase 3.
Yeah.
We're now at phase 2.
Yeah.
That's just adding your GitHub action
Adding one more
to the repository.
Yes.
And then see how we do the third one.
Yeah.
Because I regard it as the second one. So.
Yes, you're right. It's just something to.
I think the other thing to think about as well, Boyan, is you talk about vendors, third-party vendors. There's probably quite a number of users and operators of CloudStack
who would like to get
who would like to run CI, because who are also making changes. Remember, we're a heavily user-driven community.
You don't think about
they have, they're not running it on their own tech, like you, it's a combination of other people's tech.
Yeah, but it would still be their environment, their configuration.
Correct. Yeah, with some crazy stuff going on with authentication, some crazy security stuff. So they want to know that they can run in that environment. So I think there might be more interest than you think.
Running their own custom plugins.
Yeah,
against
a lot of people.
other PRs.
So how do we? Because we are new here. How do we bring this
we've got two former VPs at CloudStack in the room who will now advise you on how you should go about it. Three.
It's not in the room.
Wido. Wido, of course.
Wido. You haven't before? Oh, great. We now know who the next one is.
Asking for trouble zone. So I think, you know, ultimately, that decision would need to be put out as a proposal on the mailing list. So now, it's not saying that doing this, getting some people working on some ideas and going with a proposal in mind of how it will all fit together after speaking wouldn't be a smart thing to do first.
So, do we need to, do you think we should just, you know, write the proposal in terms of this is like the far future we imagine, and this is just the first step we want to take towards that?
Well, the first bit is a mail to the mailing list, and the second bit is just a PR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just send it in, and yeah.
And keep it simple to
Makes sense.
start with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it real simple to start with. Just get broad approval first, and then you can get into the detail.
Yeah.
When you've got the way you want to go, the first question then is, we want to get our app that does this.
Yeah.
Please can we have it? Please can someone sign off? You don't need to have a whole plan for it. Just the bit you need to hook into it. Then see what you can do.
Okay.
As long as you don't then spam every PR with 1,000 lines, then no one's going to care.
So we need a, what is it called?
The kit of action, that doesn't really matter. It's all in.
Well, I think we return back.
Okay, makes sense. Is there any comments?
No, thanks for the feedback. That's what we were here for. Getting this through you and carrying on to the mailing list, the next iteration of what we got. So, thanks.
Great.
Any more questions, boys?
That's cool. Success.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
We'll be discussed in the pub later. Before it goes on the mailing list. Right, grab a quick coffee with 5 minutes. All the last. Right. Yeah, good. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys. Right. A second. Running slightly ahead now. Yeah. One more talk.
As we said, I think just we can talk about that in a few years, but the main thing, from my experience, is keep it simple. Right, just say these are the benefits to the community. Right, this is we're gonna drop a PR. Right, this is basically what we're proposing, and we had great feedback when we were at the European User Group meeting. And name drop a few people. I'm not joking. Yeah, it's worthwhile because sometimes what you need to provide some more incentives. Say that sounds great. That sounds great. That sounds great. And everyone else you just say, they'll just not help, and then you'll be good. Yeah, it's like
even dancing.
Exactly. Even dancing. Okay.
It's all perfect, really. Yes. Nothing, not a cloud on my horizon. Yeah.
Sure.
You?
Or in 500
Now,
regularly
but last couple months.
Because your girlfriend's trouble. Seems to work at once, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's right.
I wasn't pretty good.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. I didn't really share much.
You're back. You're back. Do want to talk to us about maybe the item that just changed companies very recently and we're currently putting around money in it. Right, so we're investing in it right now. And we have our own underlying cloud ambitions inside as well. So they do talk very fondly of your product. So I would like to kind of talk a little bit about some use cases that make sense. We've predominantly been a second user for years. We've got a ton of set deployed in our old infrastructure.
Okay, that's one
new company as well.
Yeah, because it seemed that you make the move and then it was immediately. It wasn't that the first problem, was it? There was
depending on the regulations, we might be under in the different regimes that you might be under.
What's something young? What's something young?
Banking is mainly simpler. I was thinking government.
Well, we are as well.
Governments are
Explore it makes you
in that project,
well, good. It's good that you come through. Now, that would be
even done like was that they need to have a team and it's not having
he found out on his birthday.
the computer
Where is it they live?
3 hours a week to maintain the storage.
Ok, c'est comme ça.
I don't think it's good enough. If they want, they can present the availability.
It's really regulatory, more than operation, right? The operation.
Yeah, I mean,
we would have some people, yeah, so whenever we need one,
Are you coming down to trying to speak me again?
No, we're not medicines, right? We're not selling services.
I know, I do. I've played it. You know, when you're playing with a company, I think it's great. I'm not a gamer, so I don't have that ability to take to. Yes. Cool. Very good.
Maybe it's something next week,
okay.
What you guys?
That could be something.
I'm very interested.
Good. Okay, great. I'm half decent. Because I do enjoy it.
On a encore 10 minutes à attendre.
Right. Large scale
Do I encourage you? Do I bring it out up your game? Yeah.
For some reason, on that time, it was like
yes, I was going to I thought it was
pretty that easy. I think the reason why the scores were like so high is whereas I would get like a spare on this punch and then I wouldn't get
Then scratch.
Yeah. In terms of bloodstream.
You can join us for a bit afterwards, mate?
Yeah, I'm not going to drink
what they did
but
is
I'm driving and stuff. But
this is super recent. I mean, what they did is they
very good.
included some derived key functionality that allows them to still basically snapshot a volume image and then derive a different key for the image within LINBIT.
Why are they doing that? So
it's a company behind it.
Because
disk encryption.
yeah, so the
data encryption keys.
Yes.
It's simply.
So
you can't repeat it because it means reading and writing all that.
Yes.
So if you have one VM
They're also attended to
that has one key encryption key.
Yeah.
I think the founder or
So what they
also
do?
the disk encryption. Sorry. Trying to think.
I will
boundary.
drop me a card and I'll send you an email to on the details. But the reason they did it was because a snapshot of disk will fail obviously if you have an encrypted volume. And so they developed a derived key method. Think of it in chain in terms of
I understand that.
yeah. But it might, I don't know if it's going to be, if it is useful or not, but I thought I'd mention it because clearly they had the same problem, and so
I'm not sure what problem it solves, because we're doing the CloudStack encryption, one thing we're doing
well, see, I don't,
it's unclear if it breaks
well, I'll tell you what.
creating a snapshot breaks completely the security.
Well, what I'll tell you too, though, I'm not very fond of the current encryption integration. And the reason is that the keys are still stored.
So I would rather see
I would like to see either or maybe even a Web3 enabled separate vault system where you could have a decentralized vault that was because CloudStack, you're relying on the database encryption.
That's the key management.
And CloudStack is behind when it comes to key management. There is no support. OpenStack obviously, has a plugin for that. But I think there might be other ways to solve the problem too that is even more secure.
For hyperconverged, I was going to mention in volume encryption over to KVM high availability work. KVM in chain CloudStack is not good. Because we have a bunch of
is it format better than the web
problems with it, where it decides that you don't have access to the NFS server and it kills the hypervisor. And if you hyperconverge, that hypervisor is also storage node, and it kills 4 storage nodes, the whole storage is down. So we need to do some work around that to make
Basically, it could be an API call that drops a block or something on your storage system and says, hey, it's still live, right?
Two aspects to this. One is how does it detect that the node is down? Like if all of its VMs are running, if it's connected to the network,
I'm assuming, I'm assuming, my gut feeling there is keep it simple, right? Clearly you have an API that determines your own health, right? So that would be the way I would integrate it and say if you believe you're healthy, then CloudStack should trust you. I think one problem in the CloudStack world over the years.
One thing we're on there is what if they use storages, but I think we'll get it to work for like StorPool is the primary storage case.
I 100% agree.
The second aspect to that is how do we fence a node? And
so you
have other options, not invoking the node.
You've seen the redfish functionality that's built in CloudStack, right? There's a whole framework around IP isolation.
And
kind of.
And how do you get the?
You don't need to kill the whole hypervisor, but you do this killing the VMs.
Kill the VMs, or lock the storage.
That doesn't exist in CloudStack at the moment. They just have 2 tracks and one explore with KVM high availability. Because it doesn't work well. It breaks this kind of conversion concept.
Personally, I mean, you guys trust your own storage. I would ask your own storage if it's alive, right? By your own API. I don't think you need to write a block or do anything. I mean, that one problem is why I really wanted Tungsten introduced was that CloudStack tries to right? So you have a system
déjà parlé au tout début du fait que les démons
and then you have something like a virtual router that is a bunch of hash strips. It is not reliable, right? And CloudStack is an orchestrator, right? a management of other systems, I should trust them, right? And say, they're experts. Hey, they tell me that the storage is down in Node, therefore that Node is no longer, we should fix it, right? So that's my feeling. I'm all about ripping a lot of stuff out of CloudStack. Yeah. I will send you the stuff just for reference. You might look and say this is pointless, but yeah, the Lux 2 stuff that just got dropped into LINBIT. Because it was an interesting use case that I sort of surprised about, so that's why I thought I'd just share it with you.
The key encryption key, it makes sense to have a different one for any snapshot and for every What I don't understand is how does it change the security, the posture of the security model of the company, because anyone who has had access to that volume once can decrypt it.
Well, it was
if you get a snapshot of the VM, from the snapshot you create a template, you clone it, anyone will be able to do that.
They are using some sort of derived key technology, right? So it's not the same key. So it's
to change the data key, you need to
they are not doing that with us.
So anyone who has had the data key once,
they claim that's not the case. They claim that the key is a unique key derived from the original key. So therefore, you probably I'll send you the TRs and you can have a look. It might be irrelevant, but I thought I'd at least mention something.
Also, you mentioned something you don't like about the current encryption.
Yeah,
write this down.
It was recently done. It was done with ShapeBlue.
Peut-être qu'on les arrête au bas.
Basically, what they're doing is they're just storing the Lux data.
Key management.
Yeah, the key management. And I don't like that because it's a
Oh, really? Alright, welcome back. Last talk. As Dan just pointed out, these guys did a really good talk on a similar subject in Sofia. That you were the last talk before Pierre in Sofia as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So keep an eye on the watch. So anyway, it's pretty, we've had vendors turned up talking about, contributing into the community today. Lots of different types of organisations. Dimsi, you are, how do I describe you? An operator of CloudStack, a user of CloudStack?
User of CloudStack,
A user of CloudStack who are here to tell us about some of the amazing work they've been doing. So please welcome.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us for this last talk of the day. We are talking about Backroll. But before we start, a quick presentation of our team, the new team working on this project. So we start. My name is Pierre. I've been living in Lorient and working at Dimsi for a little bit more than 1 year now. I'm a senior developer in the company and I'm working on a C# and Java project. And I'm also in charge of Backroll integration inside CloudStack. And when I'm not behind my keyboard, I love enjoying our beautiful Britannic coast, doing some surf or wind foil as often as I can.
Hello, my name is Ousmane. I'm working for Dimsi for 2 years. Usually I work with C# and Python project. Now I'm a contributor in Backroll side for this project. When I'm not working, I'm part of a basketball association as a member and as a player.
Hello everyone, my name is Pierre as well, and I've been working at Dimsi for about a year now.
I work primarily in C#, but also every once in a while I use Java and JavaScript. And in my free time, I like to exercise, play video games, and work on my own little projects. So now, what are we gonna talk about? First of all, we're gonna talk briefly about Dimsi as a company. Then we'll introduce you to Backroll and the CloudStack plugin that comes with it. After that, we'll talk about the new features we've added recently. Then we'll see the next step, and finally, we'll answer all of your questions.
Dimsi was founded in 2006. We have two offices in France, in Paris and in Lorient. We are also present in Hong Kong. We have three areas of expertise. The Power Platform with Dataverse, Power Apps and Power BI. Cloud and Service with CloudStack, Jenkins, Azure. And we also provide apps built with different technology like .NET, Angular, Python or React.
So now to briefly introduce you to Backroll. Backroll is a KVM backup solution, and we've developed it with the idea of being as simple as possible, which means we want it to be easy to install, easy to use, and easy to manage. With that in mind, we've developed the backend using RESTful API, and for everything that has to do with the way you use it, we've developed a modern UI using the recently available features, and so this UI it allows you to not only manage your backups, but also trigger them manually or schedule your backups using Chrome tasks. And however, it's optional, which means that you can get exactly the same results from the command line. And as for the build and deployment, we've used the obvious choice, which is Docker, which means that you really only need the Docker image to deploy it as a lightweight application.
And Backroll is not just that; it's also a plugin for CloudStack. As you may know, if you were in the previous event in Sofia, we created our own plugin for CloudStack to allow users to use Backroll directly inside CloudStack. Just a few words about it. We use the back and restore framework provided by CloudStack. It's a framework available since the version 4.14, if I'm right. And it's a framework that give us an empty shell, and we just have to fill the blanks to connect CloudStack to our system, to Backroll. In the previous version, we have a few features already available. We were able to configure CloudStack to be able to connect to Backroll. We were able to create a backup offering, and we were also able to trigger a backup, delete a backup, and get the status of a backup. And since the last event, we've done a lot of work, and that's what we're gonna present in the next slide.
So, first see the news about the team working on Backroll. Quentin, the main contributor of Backroll, is sailing off to a new horizon, and the project is now fully handled by a Dimsi developer, by us. Concerning Backroll new feature, we are now able to backup and restore virtual machine even if they are shut down. in the last version, we facing an issue to do it. We were facing an issue to do it, and the problem was when a virtual machine is shut down, it fully disappears on the hypervisor context, and we don't have any information anymore. So how did we solve this problem? To fix the situation, we have added the notion of connector. A connector is an object that carries needed information to connect to CloudStack. This connector is linked to an hypervisor pool on the Backroll side. From now, when requesting a virtual machine, Backroll creates a single pool list with include hypervisor. For each of this pool, we will check whether a connector is associated or not. If so, that means the pool is managed by CloudStack, and we will use the CloudStack API to recover the list of disabled machine, virtual machine, and their information, so we can perform backup and restore task. This correction allows us not only to do this task on the Backroll side, but also on the CloudStack side with our plugin. I will hand over to Pierre, who will introduce us to the plugin.
Thank you, Ousmane. So let's talk about the new plugin feature. So thanks to Backroll, we are now able to do important tasks on a virtual machine, even if they are not running. This is very important, especially for the restore task, because we need to shut down the virtual machine in order to restore the backup. But we will talk about it later. The first feature is the backup of the shutdown virtual machine. So users can trigger a backup even if the VM is shut down, just by clicking on the button in the instance view or in a virtual machine detail view. And it's working by the same way done on a running virtual machine. And for the restore, it's almost working. We still have a little issue. The problem so far is that we are able to trigger the restore from the plugin. The task is in success in the Backroll side. We retrieve the success status in the plugin, and we return the success to CloudStack, but we still have an error on the UI, the CloudStack side, saying that there is an error. Yeah.
You already implemented backup and restore of running VMs, right?
Yeah.
So
not the restore, only the backup, because to be able to restore a backup, the shutdown should be the VM should be shut down. So in the previous version,
as running VM.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. If you have a full backup, you can. Should include state.
Yeah, that's from that not from that memory, right? That's going.
Yeah, so there is just a little issue that we have to solve. Maybe you are missing something somewhere, and maybe we can discuss later.
But even when you're trying to use the regular volume snapshots, when you're trying to restore them, CloudStack will complain if the VM is running. Like, you can't do it. You need to stop the VM.
To do the rest?
To do a restore of volume snapshots, as far as I know.
Okay.
So try that feature, try to restore.
Yeah.
And to tell you, can't restore a running VM. You need to stop the VM.
Yeah.
And it's perfectly fine as far as they go, so to send this message. So if the VM is running, you have to stop it if you want to restore it.
Yeah. Okay. We will try. Yeah.
Sorry, but couldn't you have used snapshot?
Please, sorry?
Can you use a snapshot
Yes.
if it fails and rebuild it back?
For the running VM, we use it to backup it, but not to restore.
You mean to revert to a snapshot situation? Yeah, but the thing is we want to keep it on a long-term storage, so now we want to keep the snapshot inside.
So there is another feature, and Pierre will tell you what it is.
So being able to execute tasks on a shutdown VM is a huge step for us, but it's not all we've been working on. For example, we've been working on retrieving metrics of a backup. So the way we do that is that during the sync process, which is provided by the backup and restore framework, we retrieve informations like the size and virtual size of the backup. The size is the size once it's been compressed and deduplicated, and the virtual size is the maximum size of the backup on disk storage. And you can see on this screenshot that we have the information available to us.
We also worked on the backup delete. As I say, this feature was already available, but we improved this feature because at the beginning, when the backup was deleted from the plugin, we deleted the row in database directly in the plugin, and we are not doing it anymore. We just update the status of the backup we tag it to removed, and then it's CloudStack that do the delete automatically. And the last feature is the backup synchronization between Backroll and CloudStack. What we wanted is to have a current environment between CloudStack and Backroll, to have the same data on each side. In the previous version, the backups triggered in the plugin was displayed in Backroll, but if we triggered a backup in Backroll, it was not displayed in CloudStack. So with the sync method, we are now able to make an API call to an API provided by Backroll, and it gives us a list of all the backup in Backroll, and according to this list, we have just to insert new data or update the removed backup. For instance, if you do a backup in Backroll, it will be available in the UI of CloudStack. And if you delete a backup in Backroll, it will be tagged as removed in CloudStack, and the user can delete it manually if he wants. And that's it for the new features. We also have an idea to share to the community. Because we have a lot of solicitation from our customers to restore just one file on a given date. So we think that it could be very interesting to implement a file level restore and allow users to just restore one file or a few files, but the idea is to be able to select a backup on a backup list. Add the button to explore the files contained in the backup with a review, and the user could be click on select one or few files, and the action could be a restore or a download of the file. I think that there is kind of a lot of work of on CloudStack UI and on Backroll side too, but there is demand for that, and it could be a great feature to add, and we can discuss later and keep in mind for a future version.
So what's next? On your side, we still have work to do on Backroll and CloudStack plugin. We have to fix the restore issue in the plugin. After that, we will make a pull request. We also implement worm in Backroll to improve security and add protection against ransomware. We will continue to test our project in different environment with different storage and distribution. We will also integrate automate testing for both front and backend. About the community and marketing aspect, we will launch a Backroll dedicated website and update the GitHub repo. If you would like to contribute to the Backroll project, you are more than welcome. As for the support, we are working on providing optional enterprise support, and that's it. Thank you for listening. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Too much
No,
question.
there's no questions.
I just want to stick. Hold up.
So, do you foresee framework level changes to the backup and restore framework for what you are planning? Or have you already in the PR that's coming out tonight?
Tonight. I'm not sure for tonight. It will be soon, but not tonight. There is no modification on the framework for.
Okay, not even for the file level restore.
For the file level restore, I think that there will be some change, but for now, this is just an idea. We have to work on it, and we didn't know all the consequences of this development.
You never know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Regarding the file level backup or restore, it sounds super interesting, of course, but I have my doubts that it is feasible from a cloud perspective, where you take a raw block device and then start looking into all the different file systems which could be on that block device, and then trying to get a file list. I have my doubt if it's worth the while, because it's a super interesting idea, and I understand that end users find it super interesting, but this might be better off by having an agent inside the VM doing the file level backup, than trying to do a block level backup and then exploring files in it. Just imagining how many file systems Linux already has, and then you go into Windows and BSD and everything.
That might be the way they were going to implement it, right?
I hope so.
That's an implementation detail.
I have an idea for that.
Yeah.
So the previous company that I worked for, we had a file restore. Basically, we use StorPool. So the company we worked for is called Mattioli. We use StorPool, and the solution what we had was we were doing hourly snapshots and daily snapshots for 30 days. And if, like, for example, there was the client wanted a snapshot, like, or just a file back, what we could do is we could attach that snapshot as an additional volume, and then the client can just SSH or RDP into the server, and then grab the file off of it, and then we can just tell us, oh yeah, I got the file, and we just destroy that volume. And then basically you're not disturbing the VM itself, you're just attaching as, like, for example, just as an additional volume. And if you guys have within the CloudStack, and the user can just go and say file restore, select the snapshot, and you just click, and it just basically creates an additional volume, attaches it to the VM, and you can mount it.
Okay.
And then you can retrieve the file, and then go back to CloudStack, and you say detach or dismount, unmount, and then destroy that volume. So that could be, what I would say, an easier solution instead of going down into files individually, because there's the other thing. What if it's encrypted? How is CloudStack going to dig into an encrypted hard drive? So that's the problem on that side. So this is how we go around that encryption and all of that. So basically, we just create a new volume, and the snapshot is the destination of that volume.
But the thing is just to be clear, we are also using Borg in the backup process, and one thing we wanted to try was Borg mount. I think it's using a few system or something around this, and maybe using Borg mount, we could make a try to expose file system to the end user. But this is really just the beginning of our design thinking.
I think the idea is instead of implementing kind of file peeking, file restore functionality in the backup system, you implement, in addition to restore a whole virtual machine, you implement attach backup as a function.
That might be.
Then you don't need to touch the file system.
Yes, it's less sexy in terms of UI, but it's probably more efficient and more feasible.
There are a bunch of issues with it. Let's talk about it later. There is a project around the work for GSFS that solves most of these issues.
Okay.
But let's
we can
talk later. Thank you.
Just going to have a live demo.
We can try. We can try.
They don't work in this room.
The last of the day.
While we prep for the demo, what kinds of primary storage do you support? I'm guessing just QCal. And the deduplicated backup repository is just Borg.
Thank you. So we are on the instance view. As you can see, we have two VM. One is running and the other is stopped. So we can. I have to log again.
Are there beacons?
No, we can't.
But a two-factor.
Yeah, you can. Can you put it in an edge zone as well?
Not today. Not today. So we have two VM. One is stopped and the other one is running. So we're gonna start a backup for each one. Yeah. And yeah. So the two tasks are triggered, and if we go to Backroll, I have to sign up again. If we go to, sorry. If we go to Backroll, in the backup task list, we will see two tasks in success at 5 just now. And maybe we can remove one of this backup.
But you're now doing it in Backroll.
Yeah.
You can remove it from CloudStack as well, right?
You can do both. But here what I want to show is to remove the backup in Backroll, and then we will see the status inside the CloudStack, where the backup will be in remove the status.
So you're using basically Backroll as the record master. Using the sync.
Yes, the sync method.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, right. Okay.
It won't work.
It will work. yeah, it will work. So now if we go back to CloudStack in the backup list, we can see there is a lot of backup.
Just say it works and won't be able to tell.
See? Up. No.
Yeah, I saw them, yeah.
I didn't see the
So
Click on the created again.
Yep. No, sort by days.
Yeah,
They were there. There were two there for the mate.
Yeah.
Okay. Again?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's okay. Yeah, okay.
UTC.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our two backup tasks. They are still backing up. We have to wait for the sync method, and I hope that it will work. And if it's work, we have one backup in back it up status, and the other one will be in removed. So we just have to wait a little bit. Yeah. So now we have one backup which is well backup. Donc the status is backed up, and the one which has been removed is well removed here in the backup list.
If you delete that one, it won't be deleted in Backroll, right? It will still remain in Backroll.
Which one? The back it up and the remove
one?
one?
That's backed up. That's
yeah.
not removed. If you remove it here,
it will be removed in Backroll and in CloudStack, in both environments.
so it's two-way.
Yeah. Yeah.
For virtual machines with more than one virtual disk, do you create like a cache consistent snapshot across the virtual disks, or are they snapshotted separately?
It's a good question. Thanks for asking.
How do you actually access the volume today with Backroll? How do you copy the data out?
It's a good question.
This team is the plugin team.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but this question are more about the backup process, so maybe we should discuss this.
No, that'd be great, yeah.
You
I'd
play
like to
in
understand.
why.
I can maybe try to answer and
yeah.
So.
What do you store in one packet? Is it like a row in each? Piece of data you store in one. I look up what you do you put like a row in each in both, and then it doesn't. So there's no dependency between them.
I'm going to call this that I don't think any of these conversations couldn't happen in the pub. Wido's got a proper question.
I want to make one remark that I'm really happy to see that there's somebody else who created a backup solution for CloudStack rather than being just VMware with Veeam, right?
Yeah.
So we have something for KVM. So
there was already. There's Networker. This since 4.18.
Oh well,
this will be
Dell specific.
Okay, so I missed that part as well, but I'm really happy and really appreciate the work which is put into this.
Absolutely.
That this is available for the project.
Thank you.
So,
Any more questions for the guys? So, in appreciation for your talk and for the work, thank you guys. Right, hub time. Just quick before we go, these events won't work